Good evening, everyone, and welcome. I'd like to call the City of Homestead Special Call City Council meeting to order. Today is November 1st, 2022, and it is 6:01 p.m. So roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey.
Here.
Councilwoman Avila.
Here.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers.
Here.
Councilman Roth. Councilman Fletcher.
Here.
Vice Mayor Guzman.
Here.
Mayor Losner.
Here. Thank you. Although it's not on the agenda, this is a council meeting, so let's all stand and please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join with me. I pledge
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Please be seated. Next item is car number 3713. Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Tab 1 is a resolution of the City Council of the City of Homestead, Florida, authorizing the city manager to approve all budgeted new and replacement vehicle equipment purchases for the fiscal year 2023, providing for implementation and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. The current automotive and equipment market is unstable. Lead times are long and prices increasing. In addition, the order windows from the automotive manufacturers are not certain and have limited availability. Due to these conditions, the city's typical process for the approval and ordering of vehicles will add the risk that the city missing manufacturer ordering windows. Another factor affecting the market is that manufacturers have a set manufacturing capacity for all vehicles. Some of those manufacturing slots are being reallocated from fleet vehicles to the retail consumer manufacturing allocation, thus decreasing manufacturing allocations for government fleet equipment and sales. This resolution will allow the procurement department to obtain quotes from competitively awarded cooperative contracts, and following the city manager's approval, procurement can issue a purchase order for the vehicle or equipment. This process will potentially eliminate a 2 to 3 week wait prior to the city council approval is sought. During that time, the available allocations for the different vehicles could be given to other government agencies or fleet sales. Staff recommends that Mayor and Council approve the attached resolution authorizing the city manager to approve all budgeted vehicle equipment purchases for fiscal year 2023 and to allow for year, make, model, and price changes as necessary. So, Mayor, the issue here is, since we don't have prior approval to purchase the vehicles, the vehicle manufacturers are actually opening up a window for so many hours, and literally there you have to obligate the city to purchase these vehicles. And we've missed a couple of those windows because I don't have the prior approval. Right now we're looking for delivery of regular vehicles 2024, and that's literally what we'd be ordering for 2024, even though they're budgeted for this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. Council? Any questions? All right. Is there anyone in the public wishing to speak on this matter? Okay, I'll close the public hearing, and just for clarification, this would be to purchase items that were approved as part of the just ended budget process. Is that correct?
You're absolutely correct.
Okay, very good. We have a motion to approve. Moved by Councilman Roth. Second by Vice Mayor Guzman. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Bailey.
Yes.
Councilman Roth. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilwoman Faircloth Staggers. Councilwoman Avila.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Guzman.
Yes.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carried.
Thank you. All right. Next item is car number 3718, the Old City Hall development. Mr. Manager, do you want to kick this off?
Thank you, Mayor. On September 26, 2022, Related Urban Development Group submitted a new deal structure to the city for the Old City Hall site. Staff is seeking direction from council as to how to proceed. Quickly, I kind of like to go through a chronology of how we started in this process and how we ended up here today. And then at that point, I'd like to turn it over to the consultant so they can update council directly. And just bear with me, this is a little bit long. So on June 18th, 2021, the City of Homestead issued a 163 notice to alert interested parties of the city's intent to dispose of an interest in approximately 16 acres of real property known as the Old City Hall site for purchasing, redevelopment, or rehabilitation. On August 3rd, 2021, Committee of the Whole meeting, Mayor and Council discussed the 5 responses and directed staff to issue a request for additional information to the respondents. The RFI was issued. On August 27th, 2021, 2 of the 5 initial respondents, Related Urban and Housing Trust Group, submitted information in response to the RFI. Between August 27th and December 15th, 2021, Related Urban and Housing Trust Group presented their projects to Council on multiple occasions. On December 15th, 2021, the Housing Trust Group retracts its offer, and Council instructs staff to go into negotiations with Related Urban for the Old City Hall site. During this time, staff meets several times with Related Urban. On March 9th, 2022, workshop, Council accepts the proposed site plan and proffered amenities from Related Urban and instructs staff to negotiate the financial structure of the deal. Once again, staff meets several times with Related Urban. On September 26, 2022, Related Urban submits a new deal structure to the city. On October 26, 2022, staff with IMG Rebel meet with Related Urban to clarify the terms of the latest deal structure, which brings us to today, right? In your agenda package, you have Related's latest deal structure, which was once again submitted on September 26th, as well as a summary from IMG Rebel, our consultants. At this point, I'd like to turn it over to Sasha Page and Rick Liu from IMG Rebel in order for them to go over the terms and conditions and areas of concern with regard to the deal structure. And they have a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Manager, and thank you very much for having us attend this session. My name is Sasha Page. I'm with Rick Liu, my colleague, and we've been working with the staff, I think, since May on this effort. My colleague, Rick Liu, is going to summarize our understanding of the Related offer, which we've received in verbal and written form, and then I will talk about some of the concerns that we have. Let's see if we can move this forward here. Okay.
For the record, Rick Liu from IMG Rebel. So in some ways, this is the latest sort of understanding that we have from Related of the offer. It still remains a large mixed-use development, but there's been some changes here and there in terms of the square footage of residential and retail and where some of these fall in different phases. So really quickly, the latest understanding that we got clarification from is there remains 3 phases. In phase 1, it's two buildings of residential with 2 spaces of ground floor retail, totaling about 24,000 square feet. The residential is going to be about 376 units, a mix of affordable and market, about 20% affordable, 80% market. This is also where they build out some of the landscaping and the public amenities like the police station and the Central Park and the public art facility. Phase 2 is much smaller. This is essentially going to be 2 strip retail buildings, totaling about 30,000 square feet, one of which would be a grocer. And the last is 220 units of market rate apartments, 13,000 square feet of retail, and a large parking garage. All of these, phases are going to be about 2 years, a little bit over 2 years to complete, with a construction schedule in the bottom row right there. Oh, yeah. Okay, great. So the compensation terms that we understand is there will be a capitalized lease payment for when each phase closes financially, and only if the phases close financially. We call this a capitalized lease payment because we're doing a 99-year ground lease. The total of this, if all 3 phases are completed successfully, would be $9.1 million. Notably, about half of that payment, 4.5, will be at phase 3, which will be 6 years from now, which would be the target date of closing. The target date, as you see there, after which, if they don't close on that date, they would be subject to annual extension fees. which would be credited and up to the amount of the capitalized payment. In addition to the capitalized lease payment, they're also going to pay an annual base rent of the amounts that you see there: $200,000 for phase 1, $25,000 for phase 2, and $129,500 for phase 3, each escalated at 2.75% annually. Notably, this is only when and if the properties reach a 95% stabilization or occupancy, which is going to be one of the areas of concern, I think, we'll talk about in a few moments. Really quickly, I think with relation to the extension fees or the milestone payments, as we call them, if they're unable to secure the financing at the target date that you just saw, the milestone payments for that phase, they will pay until 2035, until they can close. And these are going to be annual payments. They do not escalate. It would be $667,000 for phase 1 if they do not close. Phase 2 would be $100,000 annually, and phase 3 would be $200,000 annually. Just really quickly, a couple things about these milestone payments. The intention of them is to really offset the annual debt payments for the old City Hall, effectively on a pro rata basis for the land that they control, which is why they're only paid until 2035. They're credited, again, just to reiterate, they're credited back to that capitalized lease payment. Actually, I don't know how to go back on this thing. It's this thing. Yeah, it's credited back to the capitalized lease payment, the $3.6 million, the $1 million, and the $4.5 million. So while the city doesn't really get more money from this, it's not really a penalty. This does ensure that the land, the city doesn't just, related urban doesn't just get to hold the land for free. However, in this latest offer, the related gets to keep site control as long as they keep making these milestone payments at their sole discretion. Similarly, if they close, but the construction loan doesn't convert to permanent financing at the end of the construction period, they would default and the land would go back to the city, but again, only if related urban stops making these payments. Let's jump to the areas of concern real quick here. Which let me turn that back to Sasha Page.
Thank you, Rick. Yeah, so we have several areas of concern, as pointed out on this the sheet. The first one is the uncertainties of not developing phase 2 and phase 3. These are independent projects, and while phase 1 and phase 2 will be happening at the similar time, they're done separately. And there's a danger that the initial construction of the residential units and some retail will happen in phase 1. The grocery store or the additional restaurants in phase 2 could not happen. Related will need to pay some milestone payments, but nevertheless, that may not happen. And I think our understanding is that the city's interest is very much to complete this project and create a mixed-use facility. Same thing with phase 3. Also, phase 3 is located it lacks frontage, and its value will be diminished if the city needs to sell this to another developer. So that's a challenge that we see. The second one is the fact that annual rent is only paid when and if the properties reach 95% occupancy. And therefore, if, for instance, only 93% occupancy is reached, the city will not receive its annual payments, and that could extend for a prolonged period of time. We believe that the city should not take that kind of risk. Related should be able to find other solutions to fund that in that case. There are solutions simply to require Related to pay a fee like this, perhaps after a certain period of time after completion of the project, and that is seen in other projects as well. Third, the full capitalized lease payment is only paid if all phases are developed. As you remember, originally in the history that the city manager discussed, Related actually was going to pay most of this up front, but it's now paid in sections and not fully paid until Phase 3 is complete. So the value to the city has been diminished. In addition, we believe that the value of the property is probably higher than the current assessed value of somewhat below $10 million. And we believe doing sort of back of the envelope work, looking at an income approach or other comparables, we believe it is higher, and we would encourage the city to go ahead. I think they may be in that case to obtain an up-to-date appraisal of that property. In addition, the milestone payments, as my colleague Rick discussed, enable Related to retain control of the property effectively into 2035, even if really projects have not been completed. And we believe that's not in the city's interest and not their goal. And in other projects we've seen, the city should have the right and does have the right to exercise a reversion clause so they can take back the property as appropriate. In addition, Rick will discuss the last two concerns that we have.
Sure. So it's not uncommon also in these deals, in these sort of public-private transactions, long-term ground lease, for the city to essentially capture a share of the value, of the future value of the property. That's essentially kind of what a partnership, a public-private partnership is. And, make no mistake, I think what Related is doing here is definitely creating value on this site. Many of the appraisal comparables were really about, comparables were retail strip center sales. What they're building is a mixed-use project with a lot more density, and there should be a lot more value from that. And that's great. But it's also not uncommon that the city should capture some kind of a share of that. And, I think there is an unwillingness, from Related, from what we've heard, to share some excess proceeds from these future sales or future refinances, which means the city isn't able to participate in the land value appreciation and is really locked into effectively that $9.1 million that we talked about earlier. So, while they have offered a guaranteed income stream, depending on sort of where we land on the stabilization piece, we can also, historically, real estate values have also increased faster than inflation. There's a lot of evidence, over the last few years to suggest that Homestead, will certainly be one of those markets where those values appreciate faster as well. So, it's again, it would be remiss of us as consultants not to recommend that we get some share of the proceeds, whether in excess of principal during a sale refinance or in excess of, a certain developer's hurdle rate, frankly, to be a good steward of public land. And lastly, as City Manager Jerry said, the latest terms that we've sort of discussed are effectively based on a verbal conversation. These are not reflected in a written response to us, and the devil is in the details sometimes here, and over the course of a long development agreement, sometimes these details, or sometimes the spirit of what is being offered can easily be eroded through definitions and through a lot of different things. So what we have is just sort of a verbal conversation, and so we don't want to sort of act in haste, I guess, to say that these are cemented things. So.
Great, thank you. I think this would summarize our concerns. We're happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. That was very, very helpful groundwork being laid. I'll ask the council members if they have any questions of your report or your comments before we move forward. Council? And we can come back, maybe something will come up as we proceed through the evening. I think at this point, Mr. Manager, unless you have something else, we would then turn to the related groups'
Absolutely, Mayor.
representatives.
Not a problem.
Ask them to either, at some point, either address, refute, or confirm some of the concerns that our consultants have brought forward, and looks like they're ready to make a presentation on the look of their proposed project. So, Mr. Milo, are you ready?
Yeah, can I get the clicker, please? Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of City Council, Albert Milo, President, Related Urban. Just a point of clarification, before I even start my official presentation. I think the manager mentioned that we made a proposal on September 26th. It was actually September 16th, and I want to clarify that for the record. I think that's important. And I also want to clarify the consultant's last concern where they mentioned that what we've proffered has been verbal. I beg to differ because that letter of September 16th is in writing, signed by me as the principal of the corporation. It outlines the business terms, it outlines the capitalized lease payments and the annual payments. So I would certainly not categorize that what we have proffered is only verbal. It is what I suggest should be an exhibit to the MDA when we get to that step in the process. So just want to put it on the record early, that it is in writing and all of the business terms are part of that. So here in the first slide, you see an overall vision of what City Place Homestead would look like. This is if you were standing in Harris Field and looking west, so the US 1 view of the property is here. You see several key components here that I, tried to take into account based upon some of the feedback that I've received from different members of council. Grocery store on a corner where they've shown their interest to be on the corner of Campbell and US 1, additional retail facing US 1 with a component of mixed use behind it. The first two buildings towards your center right are part of phase 1. They have rooftop amenities deck. I know that there's been discussion in this council and other projects that you're trying to activate rooftops and capture those views and do those things. Well, in some of those challenges that I've heard in those projects mentioned, specifically the downtown parking lot, the challenge was it wasn't thought of up front. It was an afterthought, and with an afterthought, sometimes you can't accomplish those things. So you see that we have activated rooftops, and then towards the back left, you'll see what is phase 3 in the project. This is, again, just a lifestyle shot. Many of you had an opportunity to view and tour City Place Doral with us, which is a project that we've built. So it has a lot of commonality with that. I actually think that City Place Homestead is a better site from the perspective of we have two main arteries. We were a little bit more limited in City Place Doral, only having one. So I think we have some unique opportunities as part of City Place Homestead that we didn't necessarily have there at City Place Doral. Talking about some of the unique characteristics of what City Place Homestead will be. Be the first Class A mixed-use development in the city. There aren't any other mixed-use developments in the city of Homestead. You've either got pure residential communities, mostly suburban, or older product that was built, earlier on, that again, purely residential, or typical retail, again, suburban style retail. This is going to be a mixed-use environment where you can truly live, work, and play. It will be the first mixed-income development in the city of Homestead. You've got a lot of higher-end housing, predominantly on your east side, and then you've got a lot of affordable and lower-income housing, most of which resides, in this quadrant, some on the west side. We're saying we can bring both of those uses together, provide new affordable housing units, which are needed, but with a market rate approach and have a mixed income component. So we would be the first to do that. We're also performing the highest market rate rents in Homestead. There are no rents there. So we are investing our capital. We're taking the risk based on producing a product that doesn't exist in the city today to yield the highest rents in the city. It would be the first mid-rise residential building. Again, I don't think there are any residential structures throughout the city that exceed 3 stories. I think that's what you got throughout your city. So again, we would be the pioneers in bringing a true mixed income, mixed use, mid-rise product to your city. Talked about it a little bit earlier. We would be the first project in the city to have activated rooftops. Some of you saw that with us in Doral. Some of you had an opportunity to visit our corporate office in Coconut Grove. And you saw, instead of having just a roof, what a roof can be from an amenity perspective. And all of the things that can be accomplished by using what traditionally is just dead space as usable space. And it would be the largest public-private partnership, I think, in probably the history of the city, $227 million of investment in your city. One of the other enhancements that we've made to the project, and this was not part of the original phase. Originally, we talked about, the fact that we're a company that is wholly committed to including the arts in everything that we do. We understand that art changes the quality of life. It changes people's perspective. It changes young kids' lives when they're exposed to the art and how they have creativity. And what that does for a community is unquestionable in our mind. So we include that in everything that we do. And I've talked to the council previously on that. But originally, we talked about having some commercial space that was simply going to be offered as gallery space. Okay? This is a whole different commitment. This is a commitment directly from my partner, Mr. George Perez, to include a state-of-the-art museum facility, El Espacio Homestead, just like he did in Alapata, in a warehouse district that was strictly industrial. And there you see some pictures of it. And what used to be, property that was an afterthought is now become a cultural hub to not only showcase part of the collection, but as a community hub to be able to do activities, expose the community to the arts, but more importantly, also a center to be able to draw Art Basel. I sat here at the last council meeting and I heard, the excitement of council as it related to the fact that the races were coming. And that's a great event. That's a great analogy because everyone was focused on the fact that you had the ability to draw 70,000 people to the city of Homestead over a weekend to be able to showcase your city and to be able to generate economic activity. Well, this facility will put Homestead on the map in another regard, in the art world of like Art Basel. So Art Basel is not just folks coming from the United States, these are folks coming from all over the world. So this creates an opportunity for the city to connect the southern part of the city, to connect with what's happening in the art world in Miami Beach and in Wynwood and in downtown and in those areas. And that's why Mr. Perez said, hey, look, there is no connection to this downtown. I'm willing to make my investment. I'm willing to put our thing. Let's include El Espacio and part of City Place Homestead. So this is not a little, hey, let's put a little gallery together. This is a real commitment that is going to generate additional interest and make City Place Homestead and the city as a whole a destination. Just a few lifestyle shots of some of the different events. We had committed to working with the Homestead Center for the Arts and providing them with a permanent space, which they've never had in the 20 some odd years that they've been working in the city, and also to promote events at the Seminole Theater with our residents, and whenever there's shows or things happening, that we will have a collaborative effort with them to promote the theater and help generate additional attendance to the theater. One of our big components here is the public space, right? We have actually, we started with one Central Park, and I'm going to walk you through the site plan shortly, but now our new site plan has actually 2 Central Park areas. And these are just some of the ideas and some of the things that are happening in other parts of the county of what was, again, thought of as disposable property and underutilized property, what it can turn into from a community perspective. And you see some of the activities of some of the underlying areas, which were, again, they went from just, unthought of property to now fully activated in community property. So that's one of the reasons why we added an additional Central Park. So I know there's been a lot of confusion as to what are the phases, when are the phases going to get built, how are they going to be interconnected. So historically, we've shown the council our master site plan, but I thought it was important to kind of walk you through how logistically these phases are going to get built and to clarify some of the areas of concern that your consultant raised. So the question is, what is phase 1? This is the portion of the site that we would be building phase 1 on, and the components that would be included as part of phase 1. It's got 24,157 square feet of retail, ground floor retail, a portion of which is facing Campbell, a portion of which is on the ground floor in our main boulevard entrance. It's going to have 11,334 square feet of El Espacio Homestead, which is what I previously explained and the type of facility it's going to be. It'll have 376 mixed income units in those 2 buildings that you see there. One is, I guess, an inverted C, and the other one is a straight bar. We've included some space to have a presence for the City of Homestead Police Department. It's important to this type of development that is going to have a lot of activity, young, old, and everybody in between, and a lot of access to the public to make sure that people feel safe and that their experiences are there. So that was one of the comments that we heard earlier on. So we included that. It's got the Central Park, right, where you see the number 1 there, 34,731 square feet, 3/4 of an acre. And it'll have surface parking towards the southwest portion of the site. So when we talked about the first phase, this has 35,000 square feet of retail included as part of the residential first phase. So this is a lifestyle shot of that main boulevard of phase one. Again, on your top right, you would see the C-shaped building, and that's the bottom of that is where El Espacio would be, and you see a shot of the folks and some people sitting in the Central Park area. Towards your left is the bar building, which would also have again that retail on the ground floor, but you see the interaction of the main boulevard. You see a different kind of product that I don't think, and it's not there in the city today. Phase two. What is phase two? It includes the upper right-hand portion, which it brings in the grocery store on the corner of Campbell and US 1. It brings in additional retail by the US 1 entrance, right on US 1. So now the retail goes up to 33,583 square feet of retail. The grocery store between 19 and 20,000 square feet. El Espacio Homestead is there. Same amount of residential units. Substation, same Central Park, and additional parking. Why? Because you have some surface parking in that area of the grocery store and the retail. Here is a shot from our main promenade, where I guess this is like the public square area where there'll be other community events and other items that can be, other events that can be had here as part of the development. And we included some additional micro retail. This is a close-in shot of it. So we have a few micro retail components there, so you can see how the whole project interacts. And towards the back of that, you see, the subsequent phase three building in the back behind that retail. And this is the overall site plan when the project is built out with phase three. You'll notice those two little, I guess pinkish little micro retail pieces by the public square in the event plaza area. You see additional retail to the south of the US 1 curb cut facing US 1. And then you see the old parking lot of the project on that same southwest corner get transformed into an additional 220 units of market rate housing with a parking garage in the rear of the property facing, that area of the power plant. So when it's all built out, you have 42,500 square feet of traditional retail. You've got about 4,100 square feet of micro retail around that event plaza. You have 11,334 square feet of El Espacio Homestead. You'll have a total of 596 mixed income units. You'll have a police substation. You have another important component that I mentioned earlier, is you have a second Central Park. So we started originally with the first park, which is kind of where that number 1 is, exactly where it's at. And then if you look at the number 3, just to the left of that, between that garage and the phase 3 building, we have an additional Central Park area totaling now 60,317 square feet. So you got an acre and a half basically of open parkland, not even counting some of the additional green spaces on Northeast First Road. And you'll have a parking garage that'll have 917 units. This is the timeline. I know the consultants touched on the timeline, and it just shows you that the intention of phase 1, to start phase 1, is in March of 2024, and that can certainly be potentially done a little quicker, but that is something that's really based on how fast we can obtain the entitlements for the property, but those entitlements are going to be conditioned upon the city rezoning the property, number one, and it's going to require the city to go through a large-scale land use and comp plan amendment. So those are concepts and processes that are outside of the city's direct control. It's, we have to go to the state of Florida. We will obviously work alongside the city to help expedite that, but those things need to happen first for you to then legally approve our overall site plan, right? Because right now the property is zoned civic. It's zoned for government use. It's not zoned for mixed use. So that triggers that, and once that is done, then we need to finalize our construction drawings, and then the ball's back in the city's court to issue us a permit. And once we get our permit, we can close on our financing. We cannot close on construction financing without having a building permit in hand. We will not get a bank to loan us money without having the ability to build the project that they're going to loan us money on. But the phase 2 is slated to be started 6 months after phase 1. And simple reason for that, can they start together? They might, but there will be 2 separate phases, 2 separate ground leases, 2 separate financing structures. So I don't want to just guarantee, hey, look, it's automatically could be done together. We've staggered them 6 months apart. However, that line shows you that they'll be completed at the same time there, which I think is what's important. So when the project opens, it will all open together. Why? Because phase 2 is a much smaller phase than phase 1. I talked about, our commitment to the arts and public arts. Here you see just some of the different commissions that we have applied and done in some of our local projects here in different parts of Miami-Dade County. These are pieces that were procured with, world-renowned artists. This is, again, one of the reasons why what might seem not that important of a concept of having El Espacio Homestead becomes a major important component to this project, because it's also going to attract, world-renowned artists to want to say, yeah, I see what's going on there. I'm willing to put in an offer to potentially commission a piece of art as part of this project. And those are some of the examples you see there from, very renowned artists. Another component, and you saw a little bit of that in some of you that had the opportunity to tour the project, the City Place Doral project with us. All of our projects are going to have resort-style amenities. We don't build anything that is not to that standard. That's the Related brand, and that's what we're going to always build. And those are some examples of it there in this page. Luxury finishes in all of our units. So we have mixed income projects, and some of you were able to tour some of those mixed income projects with me. And you were able to see some of those and say there's no difference between an affordable unit or a market rate unit. You wouldn't know who's who, because we're not going to build anything other than to our Class A market rate standard. And it's just the fact that some of these programs allow favorable financing, tax-exempt bond financing, as I mentioned, before to the council, to be able to, create these mixed income communities. Some of our common areas and our amenities, we work with the top designers in the business from all over the country, and there you see some of the different, common spaces, fitness spaces, outdoor pool spaces, rooftop amenity areas. That's how we design our projects. We're a vertically integrated company. Why is that important? Because, first of all, we're not in it for just a development company that we're going to just build and turn and sell. We manage our properties, we stay into our properties long term, which gives you assurances that we're going to build it to the right standard, number one, because we're going to be there managing these assets. So if there's any phone calls, anything that happens after the fact, it's the same phone call. It's not like, hey, developer's gone, you know, what's happening? There are issues here. We got nobody to call. We don't know who to call, right? We manage our properties. And we construct our properties, which means that we're not just the owner, we know the quality that is going to be, these properties are going to be built with, because we're going to build them ourselves. So we have related urban development, and we have related urban construction, and we have TRG Management Company. This is a extremely important concept that I think, you know, I want to make sure that the council understands what's happening out there in the financial marketplace, right? You hear about stock market is drastically down, over 20-something% down this year. You hear about 40-year high inflation. You hear about the Fed meeting today and tomorrow releasing probably another 3/4 point interest rate hike. You hear about a looming recession. You hear about housing sales are dropping really fast. You know, so you're hearing a lot of, you know, challenges out in the marketplace. When, as the manager stated, on December 15th, this council authorized staff to negotiate with us to try to come with an agreement. That day, the 10-year Treasury bill was at 1.46. Yesterday, that 10-year Treasury bill was at 4.06. I don't know what it did today. I didn't check. That's what, 260 basis points higher. Unprecedented. I know there are several of you that are in the real estate business. I don't think anyone has seen that level of increase in the time that you've been in the business. Unprecedented. But related is still here. We're still negotiating with your staff. We're still committing to paying you the same $9.1 million capitalized lease payment that we promised to you last year. We were asked to pay $400,000 for a transfer of development rights, which we agreed to. Still in the deal. So, though there are many challenges in the marketplace, and though there are many developers that are turning in deals and saying, this is not feasible, we're not doing this deal, the market has changed, we're going to take our assets and we're going to hold back and see what happens. We haven't done that. We haven't done that. We're here committing to invest, again, almost $230 million in your city. These are just some of the partners that we work with, some of the largest investors and lenders throughout the country, some outside of the country. So we have the financial wherewithal to deal with challenging market conditions. We're not just here as an organization that, hey, you know, we deal with one lender or two lenders, and if this doesn't work out with that lender, we got to go home because we don't have access to capital or finances. Total project benefits, you know, indirect benefits to the city between capitalized lease payment, interest savings, and the guaranteed income stream that we've proffered, $168 million of direct financial benefits to the city, and as I previously mentioned, $227 million of economic development for the city. And so I wanted to touch on some of the guarantees and some of the concerns that you heard from your consultant. And I think it's also important for the record that the first opportunity we had to speak to your consultant was last Wednesday, 5:30 in the afternoon, last Wednesday. We heard about consultants have questions. We heard about consultants have concerns, and we continually tried to engage and tried to figure out a way to have that dialogue to hopefully address those concerns, but our first opportunity was last Wednesday. I think they did a good job of laying out the deal structure that we proposed on September 16th. And I understand that they're doing their job and what they've been hired to do to potentially raise some concerns, right? But I'm here to tell you, and I want to walk you through any and all of the questions of the concerns that your consultant has raised. So the guaranteed payment structure is the first thing. That was a discussion, and many of you will remember that our original deal wasn't structured like this. It was structured with a participation from net cash flow. And there was a lot of, concerns, at least that were relayed to us, of like, well, how do you define net? And what happens if you guys, mismanage the property? And if it's mismanaged, if there is no net, and therefore we get a percentage of nothing is nothing. And so how's that going to work? I heard also, well, I just want to know what my payments are going to be. I just want to understand. If I'm a landlord, I just want to understand what my rent's going to be, right? So I heard all of that dialogue. So we restructured to give you a guaranteed payment structure with an annual escalator. So you can now run your table on that, and that's what's going to give you each phase what we've proposed over the 99-year lease. When you tally the capitalized lease payment and the annual payments and you run it through, it's going to give you that $168 million of direct financial benefits over the life of the project in the 3 phases. The financial contribution for the transfer of development rights, again, that was something that was brought up to us as part of the negotiations early on. We were requested to try to help the city settle some litigation that I think has been ongoing for a lot of years. We agreed to, write a check and transfer those development rights. I guess it's about 40 units to be able to bring them to the site. So again, we're being a good partner. We're helping the city out. We're trying to get you out of a bind that I think you've been in for over a decade. Talked about guarantees, and there are 2 types of risks that lenders are averse to. There's the first one, which is the highest risk, is the construction risk. Lenders are always concerned about what happens if I lend you money, you're going to build a project doesn't get built, stops midway construction, worst case scenario, now you got a half-built project. Nobody wants that, right? That's probably that really affects the value of a project. So how is that mitigated? It's mitigated through a payment and performance bond. We've proffered it again in our September 16th letter. We will have a payment and performance bond that kicks in the event of anything happening on construction. Something happens and we don't finish, bonding company steps in, completes the project, you don't have an unfinished project. It's part of our proposal. That's the higher risk in any lender's concern. Second to that is the completion risk, right? And I want to clarify for council the difference. What does project completion mean? There's a difference between construction completion and project completion. Construction completion is what I just outlined. Project completion is different because now the project's got to get built, it's finished, now it's got to get leased, it's got to start operating, and it's got to hit certain debt service coverage ratios in order for the construction loan to get paid off with a permanent loan. And so that is stabilization. You heard from your consultant that they are concerned with the fact that what happens if the project never hits stabilization. So how do we mitigate for that? Well, first, we have a corporate guarantee. What's that corporate guarantee do? That corporate guarantee guarantees to the lender that they want to confirm that their construction loan is going to get paid off. If something happened, our corporate guarantee has to kick in to backstop that, to ensure that that project gets completed and transferred out of construction to permanent financing. And so in our call with your consultants, and I think they touched on it earlier, there was the concern of, well, what happens? What happens if the project never reaches stabilization, which is a defined term in the industry, 95% occupancy, 3 consecutive months in order to convert your loan to permanent financing? Standard industry practice. The concern is, well, what happens if you're at 93 and you never reach 95? Sounds like a valid question, but it really isn't, because we have, again, that corporate guarantee that has the backstop to that. And number two, we can't get our corporate guarantee released if we don't convert to stabilized operations, number one. And number two, we're not allowed to make any income from the property if we don't stabilize. So it would be counterintuitive for us as a developer to somehow, keep the property at 93% occupied or 94% occupied to quote unquote evade the rent payment to the city. We can't make any money, so we have no return, and we can't get our corporate guarantee release. So it's not, again, the consultants are doing their job, and it's okay to outline that, but it's not a real business. That's not the way the business operates, because I don't know any developer that's going to want to not get their guarantee released and do a project just for the sport of it. We certainly don't build for sport. We're a for-profit entity. So we're going to do what? We're not going to get 95%, we're going to get 100% occupancy so we can maximize our returns. The advance of the capitalized lease payment is a structure that was back and forth as, hey, the concern of the city is what happens if phase 2 doesn't get built, what happens if phase 3 doesn't get built, how do you mitigate for that? You guys just build one phase and then you leave, so we came up with a structure to pay the city advance payments if there are any delays in the project. That will help mitigate that, right? Because if I'm paying you, that means I'm still interested in building the project, but it also gives you money to pay your debt, right? Because I know that was part of the whole concept, is to allow you to get your debt paid off and then afterwards reappropriate those dollars to whatever services this council deems are necessary for your annual operations. So that was a way to mitigate that. Now you heard, well, but it's not a penalty. Right, that's correct. It's not a penalty. And I said it to your team, I said it to the consultants. I don't go into public-private partnerships if they're viewed and documented in a punitive manner. That would be something that would give me pause for concern, right? Because if we're in this together, then let's find a way to be in this together long term. So if you're telling me as my partner, hey, listen, you're a little bit delayed, but I got debt payments to make, I can work that out. But it's a different thing if you're like, hey, you're my partner, you're delayed, I'm going to penalize you. We're not interested in punitive agreements. We would never do that. It's not how we structure our public-private partnerships. And to date, we've never agreed to a deal that we haven't been able to complete in a timely manner. It's never happened. We've completed 22 projects with Miami-Dade County alone. Not started, completed. And we got another 20-something in the pipeline. That's just with Miami-Dade County, not counting some of the other partners that we work with. And I touched upon earlier, our commitment, and mainly Mr. Perez's commitment to invest in bringing El Espacio Homestead to the city and what that's going to represent and the amount of money that that could generate and the ripple effect that that can have in the city of Homestead as a whole. And again, this is the overall shot of the project. That concludes my presentation. And Mr. Mayor, Council, if there are any questions, I'm gladly do my best to address them. Thank you.
Thank you, appreciate that. Before we go into the questions from council, I want to correct an earlier omission. I want to recognize former Mayor Steve Shelley, who's with us tonight, as well as former council member Elvis Maldonado, who I both believe have a keen interest in these deliberations. They were in these seats in the past and were faced with these questions and which way do we go, what do we do, and appreciate your being here tonight, and we can always use some of a piece of the wisdom that each of you gained in your 10 and 12 years here on council. Secondly, before we, this is for the public and council, while this is termed as a special call meeting, and I thought I touched on this when we had our last council meeting and called it as a special call. Certainly my intention is that this portion and the next hours of questions and answers going forward
I
is,
got
in
all
my
night,
view,
sir.
considered to be you packed your dinner, right? Considered to be a workshop. And the distinction between a workshop and a special call is that by noticing this as a special call meeting, we can take formal action tonight on the proposal before us as may be amended, in any, given permutation, versus this meeting being called just as a workshop. We would not be in a proper procedural position to take formal action. We don't have to if the conversation evolves that way, but by noticing this as a special call meeting, it gives us that ability. So with that, I would open the floor up to initial questions from council. Thank you, Councilwoman Bailey.
Thank you, Mayor. Before I get too deep into anything, speaking of stabilization, I'm curious, what is the current occupancy at City Place Doral?
It's 100% occupied usually, so it's always in the high 90s, so 100% occupancy.
And just curious as well, after those 3 months, reaching that 95%, if it drops after the 3 months, that has nothing to do with you not being able to guarantee that release or the payments. Is that correct?
Yeah, so that's an excellent question. So the way the lenders do it is they're going to ask you for your books for those 3 months, and they're going to look at the metrics of your operations and make sure that you've hit that 95% occupancy. And they're also going to look at your expenses, right? So they're going to make sure that you hit what's called your debt service coverage ratio. And we put those debt service coverage ratio requirements in our September 16th letter. So that's why I preface my presentation with the fact that that September 16th letter is the business terms that we're proposing, and those debt service coverage ratios, the amortization, and the stabilization requirements are in that letter. But yeah, excellent question.
Thank you for that. As I mentioned when we spoke, I am really happy to see that there are different pieces that go into each phase. I know that was one of the biggest concerns in the beginning, that it would only be residential and then that commercial component would be left out. And as I've also mentioned, I am not the expert on this dais for sure regarding the financing and everything, so I will rest there and listen to the rest of the comments, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Next, Councilwoman Faircloth.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I guess I have a couple of questions for everybody. I'll start off with the city manager. So, thank you for that timeline that you provided us with. I was hoping that we started there. In my organizational brain, that really helps me. So my question is, what was the purpose of the meeting that was held on 10/26? What was the purpose and outcome?
Yes. So historically, what's kind of happened is staff will, we've had conversations with Related. We understand what the terms were, and then the question would come, okay, we need things in writing, and then subsequently, there would be an issue, right? We knew this meeting was coming up, and we thought it was imperative that we have the call with Related and the consultants, right? So there's no misguiding or misperception or anything like that, to get clarification on those terms. And in fact, if you look at the document that initially went out to you all on Friday, right, what we understood the terms to be, Related, Mr. Milo sent on Friday night his changes, right? And that's what's literally in your book right now, and you can see that they're redlined, right? What we understood the terms to be and what Related understood the terms to be. So that was the purpose of that meeting. Also, to go ahead and ask for things like we had before, like the capital lease payment, where it was all up front. Now it's parsed out over the 3 phases. This is something that council really wanted up front. And Milo said, Mr. Milo said that, hey, because now I'm giving you a guaranteed amount, now I have to break it out into the different phases. So there were things that we were asking for as well, but it was more of a clarifications as to their last proposed deal structure. And that's been kind of the challenge since the beginning of this whole process. We've had multiple conversations. I think I've been very transparent with all of council, constantly kept you updated as to what's going on in terms of the conversations. And so, and with that being said, we have had consultants on board from the very beginning. So it's not that staff just went rambling on. Prior to IMG Rebel, we had in-house consultants that we're using for a different department. And it's funny, all the same concerns came up. So the concerns you're seeing right now that are being presented to council today by the consultants are the concerns that have repeatedly come up during this whole process.
So just to follow up, why did it take so long for the parties to sit down at the table and have a conversation? Why was that initial meeting last week?
Well, with this consultant, it was this week. But prior to that, with the other consultants we had, this last week. Sorry, my bad. With the prior consultants, they were actually on one of the previous calls with Related. And I can't remember if that was March, April. I mean, we're talking 10 months here. But remember, or Councilwoman, please keep in mind, we have been in constant contact with the consultants. This isn't staff just going on off on its own or anything.
I'm not refuting that. I know
Okay.
you've had multiple conversations with
Yeah.
the consultants. I just wanted to know, why did it take so long to have these two entities to sit down at the table and have these conversations?
And once again, it's an excellent question. And one of the things that kind of came up, because everything was being verbal, right? We have a call, I'm on there, Matt's on there, staff's on there, Mr. Milo, Mr. Lopez are there as well. We have conversations, then we try to memorialize things, and I don't want to rehash stuff, whether it's a 2%, 3%, whatever. And so there was a lot of going back and forth and trouble memorializing things, right? And so working with IMG, we thought, you know what? This has to be in writing. And I'm sure we all can go back to the council meeting. I can't remember if it was Councilwoman Avila or Councilman Fletcher who asked for a workshop, or both of you did. And I said, I think before we actually have that, I think it's critical that we get clarification in writing, right? So there's no misunderstanding, oh no, you misinterpreted, that's not what I said. And so we can go ahead and move forward to go ahead and have that workshop. So we got everything in writing, which was in September 16th. I'll take Mr. Milo's word, it was the 16th instead of the 26th. And so at that point, IMG took a look at the latest proposal. They did the analysis, provided to staff. We worked on it. I believe I sent it to all of you as well. And then we were preparing to go ahead and meet with Related. And then Mr. Milo came to the last council meeting and requested that we have this meeting here. And council obliged him.
Thank you for that. Let me just preface it by saying I don't have an allegiance with the Related Urban Group. I initially was moving towards HTG, I think that's their name. But when the council decided to work with Related Urban Group, I view public-private partnerships as the ability to come together as full partners to develop a great product for this city. And I'm sure that is all of our ultimate goal here, a great project for the city of Homestead. And I believe that that effort should be in a positive spirit, and it just feels like what has happened is like, let's just pick this proposal apart. And everything has been concerns. Were there any positives to this project? Was there anything positive? Or was their charge to go tell us all the risk and where this project falls short? Were there any positives?
I think the positive Mr. Milo showed you, right?
No, that's Mr. Milo, but the consultants, I haven't heard anything positive.
Well, I mean, the purpose of the consultants is to tell us where the pitfalls are.
Right, but if we're in a
Right?
if we're moving forward as full partners, then I think it should be a balanced conversation. I appreciate them sharing with us the risks and the concerns because we need to know that information, but I think it should be balanced. And I wanted to know, was there anything positive?
Well, I think the guaranteed rental was a positive, if it's guaranteed.
But can the consultants answer that question?
We agree public-private partnerships are, a partnership of working together. The key issue is transfer of risk and how the risk works back and forth, and that's a focus that we have in all the P3s that we deal with, as they're called. Obviously, we're financial consultants, and our focus is on the financial and the business terms. We have not opined on the aesthetics or the planning issues, and we defer to others on that, and that there may be benefits there that, you see.
Well, let's just talk financials. Were there anything positive, since that's your wheelhouse?
Yeah. Well, I think we've highlighted the key issues that we have challenges with. Everything else.
You did a great job at doing that. So was there anything positive?
Yeah. I think as we've seen the evolution of this, as the city manager pointed out, originally there was what we call a net deal where the city was going to benefit from a net, and we had concerns with that. And now there's a form of a gross deal. We have to understand the details of that. So that is a positive. Yes, that is a positive. I think.
Yeah, no. So I think he's right. So the evolution of this, we brought it from a net deal to guaranteed rent. Now we want to make sure that the city is going to get that guaranteed rent. What does guaranteed mean, right? So, we're from the DC area. I've done a number of these types of joint development, master development deals. It's a good deal when it ends. It's a good deal when we sort of sign on the dotted line. But we think the compensation, if we can achieve it, is not unreasonable. Certainly, could it be better? Is it the best I've come across in my deals? Maybe not, but certainly wouldn't say that what's being offered is unreasonable. So I think what you're sort of seeing here is we're trying to sort of identify those key risks, right? And we're trying to, how do I say this? Sort of take out some of the ambiguity, really that's still kind of hovering around in here. So, but I'd almost sort of say that anything that we didn't cover as an area of concern are usually things that we think are kind of okay. So
I just think it should have been spelled out. I like to operate from the middle, and I just feel like it should have been a bit more balanced. If this should be a public-private partnership.
Yeah, and that's obviously something that we recommend that the development agreement take into account. I mean, one of the key issues we've touched on is that the development agreement encompasses the transaction, and we're talking about portions of the development agreement now, some of the key terms. There's a lot more that has not been fully discussed, and unfortunately, some of those details can make a big difference. And so, until we look at the entire deal, it's very hard to say this is a good deal or a bad deal. But we've pointed out issues that we definitely see are challenges.
So you can't say if this is a good deal or bad deal at this juncture.
These are major concerns that we have, and we think the city needs to take a lot of time and understand if this is something that they want to go forward with in these terms.
I agree. I agree with that. I also agree with that if we're going to be advised that we should be given the advantages, the disadvantages, the pros and the cons, so that there's balance. So I'll stop there with that, because I think I've made that clear that I don't think it's balanced. My question to Mr. Milo is, and thank you for asking a question about the occupancy at City Place Doral, because I had that here as a question. You said you have 20 projects on your pipeline now, and 22 that have been completed already. What are some of the projects you have underway now?
Oh,
You don't have to say all of them, but
yeah.
just,
So the latest one that just closed, and I think I shared that article with many of you, was the one that closed in September. It's called the Gallery at West Brickell. It's a 29-story, 465-unit mixed income deal, partnership with Miami-Dade County, $190 million transaction. So again, even in this turbulent time, we were able to get that closed. Another one that is of large scale, similar to this, is the Rome Yard redevelopment with the city of Tampa, 18-acre site that was previously a public works yard, and it's being transformed into something very similar to a City Place Homestead, with some cultural institutions, some housing, some retail that's along the Hillsborough River. So those are two of our more larger scale. We're obviously redoing, now getting into some of the commercial phases in our Liberty Square project. We have another project not a little further north in the Princeton area that we're working on, that's also a mixed use. So those are just some of a few, but that we're currently working on.
and I ask that because I just have a hard time reconciling you working on so many other projects with other entities, and there's a concern that this can't be pulled off in Homestead. There are so many red flags. So how are you able to land these deals and complete these projects throughout Miami-Dade County, throughout the state of Florida, but we can't seem to get this deal right in Homestead? That's not a question for you to answer. That's just a question that I have in my mind. But my next question is, just going to throw it out there. In a public-private partnership, is it the expectation for the private entity to come in, bring us a Class A project, to put in all the capital, to invest everything, to take on all the risks, And what is our role? If it's a partnership. So I'm having a hard time understanding the structure of a public-private partnership. What are we bringing to the table? Is it the expectation for them to do everything and accept all the risk and us not accept any risks? So that's just a wondering. And one more question to the consultants before I release the microphone, because I have all these pages over here, I can be here all night. So if one of you, on the slide with the concerns, you referenced in one of your bullets that the latest terms are primarily verbal. So you have the proposal from September 16th. I don't get that. If that was in writing, why is it stating that everything has been primarily verbal? Or you just forgot to delete that bullet point?
Sure. Yeah, I think we received written document on the 16th. As city manager mentioned, we needed to go through it and really understand what it means. And we had a conversation on the 26th. But still, despite what we thought we understood, there were differences. And this was, there have been several, in our experience, offers or best to final offer or letters in the last 4 or 5 months. Yeah. And they're different. And some of those were, some indications were made verbally. So there's a combination of written and verbal. And as I said earlier, and my colleague said earlier, it's very important, while these are the key terms that we're talking about, there are many other terms in a typical development agreement. Some of them are boilerplate, but others of them are definitions, issues about indemnity, environmental issues, that are negotiated with all these types of public-private partnerships. And if we don't get those straight, this deal will not be a deal that is optimal for the city, in our opinion. And given the types of transactions we've seen all over Miami-Dade and in the U.S. and internationally.
I promise this will be the last thing I say for now. I think having these conversations together and outlining the concerns and allowing Mr. Milo and his team to respond to them in a meeting as opposed to pushing emails back and forth where things can get lost in translation, I think that would be more beneficial. I think it has helped because, as you indicated, things have evolved with the payments and the structures, and I think that was because of those conversations being held. What I would like to see is the areas of concern for Mr. Milo and his team to target them one by one with specificity. You touched upon them tonight, but I think if you would have had that opportunity to meet and discuss, you potentially could have responded to these concerns, which are valid, not saying that they're not, with specificity.
So, if I may, Councilwoman. So, a couple points of clarification. First, yes, there have been different iterations, but always in writing. So, just want to clarify that for the record. Number two, the consultant keeps alluding to there are other terms and other things that go into a development agreement. He's correct. However, those are legal terms. That's for your attorney to draft, right? It's those. There are numerous aspects in a development agreement, but the business terms are what we're talking about today, which is what we put on our September 16th letter. And Councilwoman, we have addressed those things in that other sheet that the manager referenced, and there's a reason why there's some red lines to it, because those are my red lines to address those concerns, because these concerns that the consultant is raising they raised them on our meeting on Wednesday. And so, unfortunately, it took that long to get to that meeting. I agree with you. But we got there, and we had our meeting, and they shared their concerns, and we agreed with your attorney to come out of that meeting and have a document that kind of articulated what the expectations are from a business perspective and the global deal. The manager, as he said, provided it to us. They gave it to me. I think I got it from Zach around 12:30 on Friday. I was out of my office. I got there at 4. I said, you know what? This is time sensitive. This is important. We got it right back to the city at 6 or 7 o'clock that same Friday. So that does articulate the terms, and that is the business terms. That's what we're talking about. You know, I thought the meeting was productive. I thought the meeting was productive. A little late, but hey, it is what it is. We got it. At least we were able to talk finally, and I agree with you. If we are able to have a dialogue, you know, usually we can find consensus.
I think that that's prime real estate, and we have to be very particular about how we move in transferring this property to this type of project. I recognize that we have to make sure that we protect the city's assets and ensure that we limit our risks and exposure. But I also believe that if we're going to be partners in this venture, we have to operate as full partners and in the spirit of collegiality and collaboration to get towards that end destination. I'll rest there, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
And Mayor, if I
Fletcher.
can. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
If I can.
Mr. Manager.
One thing to keep in mind, Councilwoman, as well, and for all of council. This has been a moving goalpost since we began the process. If you all recall, initially was 300 some odd units. Then the next meeting, when I say next meeting, it might have been 3 or 4 weeks, a month, 500 and some odd units. Then the next meeting, we were up to 800 units. So you see where staff's concern came in about we need to get this in writing. This cannot be one day it's 300, next day it's 500, next day it's 800, next day we're doing a 12-story building, right? And so staff is seeing the goalposts move. We need to get this in writing. And so that's been part of the delay here as well. So I think that's something that we need to keep in mind.
Just to respond to that, I made that comment for the public and the private entity. I'm not, throwing shots at the city and the staff. I just mean that across the board, we have to operate collegiality and collaboratively.
Mr. Fletcher was on deck.
Thank you. I'll be short. So I appreciate you answered several of the comments and of questions that I had during your proposal, as well as my colleague here had also asked you those questions. Since you've been in business, have you defaulted on any projects or not completed any of the projects that you've started?
Absolutely not. Related Urban was formed in April of 2009, and we've completed, like I said, well over $1 billion of public-private partnership, never defaulted.
So I think that's a key point for all of us to remember here is that, we have a Class Act organization coming in here to become a partner with the City of Homestead. And not to take words out of the former Vice Mayor's, I still call her Vice Mayor. She was Vice Mayor for so long. Former Vice Mayor's mouth, but, our net equity in this and our risk is our prime real estate property on the corner of US 1 and Campbell Drive. That's our risk. And the public has asked us to protect that, and I think if we're able to have the collegiality, as you stated, we should be able to come to some type of agreement here. Quickly, I think the Spatio space is a potential game changer for this project. If we move forward, I think that there alone could be a tremendous long-term asset to the City of Homestead. We talked about your completions and ones in the pipeline. I would ask of the consultant, so based on the items that you had here listed this evening, was Mr. Milo able to answer any of those questions specifically tonight during his presentation? Are these same items still up for some additional thought and discussion? Has he answered any of them?
Yeah, I can go ahead. Just sort of looking at the areas of concern, I think the one that Mr. Milo addressed is number 2, which is the annual base rent. And by addressed, the issue, which I hope is really a matter of form, again, having worked on these deals before, ambiguity kills deals. It may not kill it in the beginning, but it will kill it later on. Or, you know, and these are things that we continuously sort of improve on. So, you know, my goal is to bring some lessons learned, hard lessons learned, to this deal. So the way that this is written, I think if Related is guaranteeing something, just on a very simple level, the language should be simple. We shouldn't be bound into other deals with lenders. When are we getting the rent? Are we getting the rent? When we paper that in a legal document, and sometimes these documents do sort of go to court if you know, and if there's that sort of ambiguity there, I think those are all things we want to avoid. So I would just say the way it's written right now in the letter that Related has signed is, rent starts being paid once stabilization is reached, which is 95% occupancy. It is currently scheduled to be paid the year after stabilization, or in 2028 again, and 2032 for phases 1, 2, and 3 respectively. If Related does not convert to permanent financing, the construction loan would be in default. Related is providing a corporate guarantee until the project is converted to permanent financing, which is when the project would be complete. So it's, you know, in a roundabout way that may protect the city, but the language should just be, what I've seen is it gets paid once stabilization is reached, which is 95% occupancy. The later of when stabilization is reached, which is 95% occupancy, for 3 months, or within 12 months or 15 months. Like, the city just needs to know when is the latest that they can get paid. And if it's guaranteed, I think that's really all the city, I think, needs to know. It doesn't need to be bound into sort of other sort of agreements. So that's, you know, if there's contingencies and there's uncertainty, there is a reason then that language would be in there. But if it's guaranteed, it's better, I think, just to sort of keep it simple. So.
Well, Mr. Milo, I see you have some concern there.
Again, you know, and again, with all due respect to the consultant, I'm not sure he's ever negotiated a construction loan agreement and addressed the concerns from a legal perspective that a construction lender is going to proffer. Construction lender is not going to take that. If that guarantee language is not in there, then that payment will jump in front of the mortgage payment. If it jumps in front of the mortgage payment, it now affects our ability to borrow. I mean, there's a reason why we've written it like that. And again, he said maybe you can just do the payment starts in X amount of months after. I'm proffering to give it to you, you know, right when we hit the stabilization and we convert. So I think, you know, that's something that your attorney will draft, because the agreement has to be financeable. It's not what Related Urban wants to do. It's not necessarily what, you know, you would want to say. It's what the bank is going to accept in the document. So it's industry standard. You got to stabilize the property. You got to convert to permanent financing and pay off your construction loan. and then your rent starts, because we're paying you a capitalized lease payment up front. So it's, the misnomer here that the consultant is not bringing up is like, hey, Related is building this project, they haven't paid any rent, and maybe we don't get to 95% and they don't pay you. No, we're paying you capitalized lease payment up front. That's rent. So it's the annual rent that then kicks in as part of stabilization. So again, I don't want to split hairs, but it's kind of like, I think the councilwoman's point is like, yeah, so it's like, hey, we have these 4 or 5 concerns, but there's nothing that is positive or properly structured. It's not in there, because the capitalized lease payment is its upfront rent.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Milo. The rest of my questions are more geared towards aesthetics and maybe additional projects that may be put in there, so I'll yield my time for other questions. But I would ask if we could take a short break.
Absolutely. Let's take a 5-minute break. We'll be back here at 7:45, right? Yeah. All right. Thank you all. I hate to warn you, but that granola bar, I'm good for another 3 hours. All right. Where were we? I think it was Councilwoman Avala's turn.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, everyone, for being here today, and thank you for your feedback. I want you to know that everything you share, we are taking, at least I know that we are all taking it into consideration. And we're trying to make the best decision that we can with the information that we have and vetting it 50 million different times. Thank you, Milo, for listening to each one of us and taking our wish lists into account, revising the plan 50 different times to try to make that happen for us. And so what I tried to do in preparation of a workshop, which I prefer to have in a boardroom, round table, face-to-face, more of a conversational, but I understand the form and the ability to make a decision if we needed to tonight, which I wasn't expecting to make a decision, more so direction and clarity. So trying to review all the different changes, the different renderings, and basically we got to look at what was originally offered and what I fell in love with and where we are today. Everything in the middle is, 16 months or more? So I like that we went from 10,000 square feet of retail to, 72,000?
79, I think, in total, yeah.
Do you see that as accurate, consultants?
No, I think it's 67,000 and something.
Which I see that redlined as 79 because they're adding the espacio.
Oh, as retail?
Correct. So can you help clarify for me what the reasoning for not counting it as retail so that we can all understand the interpretation?
Our general understanding is retail is a commercial activity there. It's not a nonprofit or a museum or cultural. It's a active where commerce is happening.
Okay.
That's our definition.
Understood. Okay. So just so that I'm understanding that it's not residential, it's not grocery store, but it's also not a park. So I'm going to, for the purposes of my review, I'm going to consider it as part of retail, because the espacio was not included anyway in the original plan. The grocery store was not in the original plan, and so now it is, and it's 19,000 square feet of grocery. Okay? So from origin to now, we're increasing significantly retail, increasing grocery, having this art space. The office space did reduce from 31,000 square feet to none. That I don't like. Is there any particular reason why, or is there any room to fit it back in? I personally would like to see some office space there. I think that it would be a good complement, especially having the BRT right there, being able to live, work, and play in the same area. Can you give me some feedback on that?
Yeah, so, originally we had, if we're going to go back to the original proposal, that office was on the corner of Campbell and US One, and that, you know, in our discussions with all of the grocery store chains, they want that corner. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. If we're gonna get a grocer here, it's gotta be in the corner of Campbell and US One. So that's kind of how this evolved a little bit. And thanks for your comment too, Councilwoman, as it relates to, there have been changes to the plan, absolutely. But a lot of those changes, if not all of them, were a reaction to my dialogue with council members and different requests and trying to balance those requests and trying to build. Unfortunately, I can't build 7 projects, right? I can only build 1. So all I can do is try to listen and take that input and try to incorporate that input into an overall vision for the council that hopefully, you know, everyone is happy with. So, so that's kind of how, if you go back to the original concept, it was on that corner. So as we talked about, and you know, the need for a grocer, we had to make that modification to the site plan. Then we had one iteration that I think, you know, was putting it in what I called the originally western out parcel, which is no longer part of our proposal. And so there was an attempt to try to fit the office component there. Now, if it's the will of the council to say, hey, look, is there an opportunity to bring back some office space? There might be. There might be an opportunity in what I will call the phase 3 parcel on US 1, maybe on that part. There might be some opportunity there, maybe, you know. It's certainly not going to be in the boulevard entrance, you know, the main entrance there.
Since this is a workshop, I'm going to have
I mean-
conversation here. Can you show me on one of your renderings, please?
In that phase 3
Can
parcel.
you show them, they didn't get a chance to see. Can you, sorry, Milo, I don't mean to make you walk. Okay. So thank you.
South of the US 1 entrance.
So is that something that, because what I don't want is for us to leave here and then have 7 different conversations again, and then
Right.
have 4 more revisions to the plan, and then have another back and forth with consultants to review, and then us being back in this rotation. So is the majority consensus to include office back in it, into the plan? Or is that not necessary for anyone else?
Thank you, Mayor. Is there an opportunity to do office and the live-work model together? Does that ever happen? Because I'm missing the live-work part.
Yeah, so the live work is still available because we can build that in the phase 1 space of facing Campbell. You know, the live work idea is you have, let's say, you know, you have a small business and your business will front Campbell and it opened, you know, so if someone comes to do commerce, they'll come in off of Campbell, and then the building, the rear of the space is your residential space. So you live kind of in the part that faces the residential amenities, and you have your business in the front. So we still have that opportunity to do live work. It's because we have that extra retail, and live work falls under that retail umbrella. So office, you know, we can look at it. Maybe the way to do it. And again, we're not just talking site plan. There will be a subsequent opportunity to come here and get a site plan approval. But if it's the will of the majority of the council, I'm not opposed to, you know, putting something in there that says we're gonna, you know, continue to look at the opportunity to maybe add some office if that's the will of this council.
Just want to add or keep in mind that one of the original plans, we had a hotel convention center too, and that's no longer a part of this plan, where there was office space to be included in that as well. So I'm still pitching for a hotel and a conference center where we can at least have large gatherings of people where we don't have that ability now in the city.
Right, that was one of the original, or the genesis of, I think, the majority of council wanting to move forward with exploring this idea that was presented, and it is not there. So are we able to maybe include some of that in the office space area? Because my understanding is that the parcel that's no longer part of this is not usable? Is it not feasible? What is the problem with putting the hotel on that parcel?
So that's where it was in the previous iteration. You know, in conversations with the manager, he informed me that that corner was a previous gas station. So the city is not, we're not sure if there are any environmental issues, but there potentially could be. And we always incorporate in any site plan that you look at, you know, the southern portion of that tip, which is, the manager also informed me that that is needed parking for the electric utility and therefore it can't be developed. So the parcel is much smaller than we anticipated, and it has potential other environmental challenges. So we said, hey, we still have this thing. Let's just stick with the old City Hall portion between US 1 Campbell and Northeast First Road.
Jerry, I see you nodding your head. Is that accurate, or do you want
Yeah,
to
the proposal that they had submitted, when you looked at the aerials, they were taking up the entire electric utility parking lot, right, which is heavily used. I don't know where we would park, staff and equipment as well. So, and Mr. Milo's correct, it's a former gas station at that corner.
Okay. Is there a possibility for future, I'm seeing future development in some of the renderings here. So does that mean that it's up for later discussion, or is it completely out and it's not
Barbara
coming?
was texting me as we were talking here that that's not my parking lot, is it? So, yeah, the electric utility director is concerned.
Okay, all right, so just so that I understand that it's not necessarily a preference that's being made, it's just not an option. So how can we maybe incorporate meeting space, venue space in that office concept?
Yeah, so part of the reason to also include, you know, El Espacio is to design that space where it could be not just showcase space for the arts, but also meeting space. So it'll serve a dual use. That's the reason why it's of that size. So we can have events and functions as part of El Espacio Homestead in lieu of having it in the hotel.
And that's about 11,000 square feet.
11,300 square feet, yeah.
Can anyone give me like for perspective, an idea, like how big is this? How many square feet is it? Each floor? Okay. How does that sound, Larry? Each floor here is about 15,000 square feet. So we'll have the El Espacio area, which is going to be open and available for organizing meetings and venues.
That's not a convention center, that's not a conference center. It's an art gallery that they will have to take a lot of effort to
Convert it.
into meeting space.
So how can you build in some opportunities for that to be ready, conference and convention style ready?
So let me clarify that. We have never proffered a convention center.
We offer a conference room inside of a hotel.
That's different than a conference, than a convention center. We have never proffered a convention center.
Okay, that's clear.
We proffered conference space to have events that was part of the hotel component. So what we're saying is, we had that hotel in that out parcel. We can't build on that out parcel. How do we try to accommodate for that? And we're trying to accommodate for that within the El Espacio space.
So are you in agreement to come back with your, future meetings and plans and site plans with identifying with specificity as to the built-in characteristics that this El Espacio place will have to help accommodate a conference-style setting, whether that's with accordion dividers, how many restrooms, is it, an art gallery has different code and building permit requirements compared to a conference room that's meant to fill a space, right? So that would be very helpful, at least for myself and for Councilman Roth, to understand. And is that important for the rest of council as well? Just want to make sure we're giving consensus direction here.
The current proffer is for meeting, event space, in the footprint of El Espacio, which doesn't necessarily mean the portion that's used as the gallery. I kind of think of it maybe as an auditorium that's divisible by the accordion dividers that, obviously when that's designed, there's, bathroom requirements and other issues, but, they've done that before. They know what this is and, have made the determination that not to relocate the hotel within the site that they've chosen not to use. So as an alternative, that would be programmed into El Espacio.
Right. Well,
which
and I think
I'm comfortable with that at this point.
It's like El Espacio in Alapata and actually the museum, like the Pan Museum. Yeah, it's a museum and but it has space for meetings and events.
okay. Well, at least for myself,
It's flex space, yeah.
So I'd like a little more clarity as to how it converts and how it can accommodate. So I'd like to see that. I don't like that we're not getting paid up front, the 9.1, and that it's paid out, but I think that's compromise. And I understand why, the phasing and the changes to wanting to have a guaranteed payment. That's part of the compromise. We also, we're not sharing in the excess proceeds from future sales and refinances. It's part of the compromise because we're getting the guaranteed payment. We had the opportunity to take the shared revenues option early on. I remember that being built in. But we want to eliminate risk. There's less risk, there's less reward. The units, so 328 units to 596 units. That number has floated around a lot. I don't hate the number, I don't love the number, but I think that business follows rooftops, and so we have to have the density and the demographics to have a successful and thriving project here. I like that we have the clarification that if related is not able to reach financial close in a reasonable amount of time and fail to make the annual milestone payments, that the lease will be canceled and the control of the property will revert to the city. And I need clarification, maybe from finance. They created this chart, right? This table.
Yes, they did, Councilwoman. What's the question?
So I think the numbers for Phase 3 might be wrong. And Mr. Milo, if you can help identify where those corrections need to be so that we can all be on the same page. There's a note here that says that Phase 3 stabilization does not occur until lease year 9, so we don't collect rents for 8 years of the lease term. But I believe that it's 8 years that you're referring to from the first initial year of Phase 1, which in reality would still be year 3 of Phase 3. So we would still be collecting 96 payments, which would change that number from 50 million to 57 million.
You want me to clarify?
Please.
So I think the issue is just, I think it's just the fact that, remember, it's 3 independent phases, each of which will have their own separate 99-year ground lease, and the different phases have different construction timelines. So the annual rent payment starts at different increments. So for instance, Phase 1, based on the calculations and the timeline that we proffered in our letter, we get a full 99-year ground lease at financial closing. It takes, I think, I want to say it was like 30 months or 31 months to build. Then you got to stabilize and convert, so you don't start getting payments to a time thereafter. So in that phase, you get 95 years worth of payment because a few years were elapsed in construction and stabilization. In phase two, same analysis. When we close on phase two, we get a 99-year lease. That's a smaller phase. It gets built quicker. Stabilization happens quicker. So that not when you get 96 years worth of payments. And in phase three, we anticipated also would be a 96 payments. So that's probably the only difference there, that maybe finance was assuming a little less years of payments. That's probably what it is.
My assumption was that the lease, right, for all three, the lease would begin on that year one. So yes, so that's why phase three, you were losing, in my assumption, you were losing about 8 years worth of lease. If each one is independent, then yes, you'd pick up about 5 more years of lease in phase three.
It's several $million.
Do you, several $million. Do you have the ability to correct this document now for us? I mean, it's a workshop. We're here to work, so I'm sorry to ask for it, but that's what I was hoping that we would be able to do, is be at a round table and have multiple things going on at the same time, so that we can get to a consensus and a clear, transparent understanding that where all sides are at. So based on the correction that's being made, do you have any changes to your advice, your recommendations, your analysis based on this now being updated by an additional $7 million?
No, I don't think we do. No.
Okay, thank you. All right. Yes.
Councilmember Avila, I just wanted to clarify our understanding, just something you said earlier, when the land would revert back to the city. Our understanding from the latest offer also is that should Related continue to pay these extension fees all the way through 2035, the land would not revert back to the city, and it would be at their sole discretion, and the site control would be at their sole discretion. So I just want to clarify that was our latest understanding.
Thank you. Yes, and I read that with should Related not reach financial close in a reasonable amount of time and fail to make annual milestone payments, that is when it would revert. So it would be both triggers.
I think that was a good red line change, right? Because originally it said we were going to be default and we keep the property. So I think in the spirit of cooperation, Councilwoman, we made that correction to keep it fair.
Thank you. I'd like to make sure that we see when we have site plan that there's covered outdoor restaurant frontage throughout the, what do you call it, the promenade, not just facing US 1 and the main roads. I want that to be very inviting, very attractive, very similar to the feel and the experience that exists in other city places, and I think that's, important. Also, that we keep, one of the things on my wish list, Council, is to have a hub, wherever you put it, whether it's in the same police station area, a hub, a city information hub where people can come and get information, tourism directory, call it what you want, but where they can get information about our downtown experiences, the Seminole Theater, our neighbors at Biscayne Bay, events going on, the Everglades, other things going on in our city, civic, local events, the Speedway, and races. I'd like to see the office meeting space back, and I need those clarifying logistics regarding the conversion for the meeting room space. But other than that, I mean, I'm good to continue, whatever that means. Continue negotiations. Are we done negotiating, or what else? What's our next step once we hear from everybody? That's what I'd like to know.
Very good question. We'll get to that. Councilman Roth, are you ready with anything further?
Sure, I'm ready. Okay. First of all, Mr. Milo, you and I are similar. We both will fight for our entities, right? You're going to fight for the best possible deal you can get, and we should be up here fighting for the best possible deal we can get. So we talked about time frames. So this all started back in November of 2021, right? That was when both you and HTG presented to us. On that day, you proffered up $1.6 million in annual rent to the city from the start, out the gate, were your words. By year 10, the city would be realizing $3 million a year in annual rents. Your words. HTG made a similar offer, 1.3 million per year from the start. Both of you included the $8.1 million to retire some debt. March of 2022. You proffered up $1.1 million a year in annual rents. Although they weren't guaranteed, it was what you said. You also mentioned that the city would realize $1.4 billion in financial gain. Today we're here, and you're offering us $354 million a year, a far cry from $1.6 million a year, and a far cry from $1.1 million a year. We're down to $354,000 a year, with no guarantee start time of when the city would ever receive any rents for allowing anyone to use the most valuable piece of property we have on the city, US 1. In your letter dated September 16th, it's also very clear that the annual rent is payable out of available net cash flow from the project. Okay? Still no guarantee of any rents to be paid to the city. Every conversation you and I have had has been simply about one thing. How much will the city receive for allowing anyone to use City Hall property, develop it, and as you stated earlier, you're a for-profit business to make a profit. In that November meeting, it was mentioned by a former council person that a hotel convention center would have been a priority. You call it a conference center, I call it a convention center. I truly believe that this end of South Florida, Miami-Dade County, has no meeting space that will house more than 250 people. If we want to become a gateway to the rest of South Dade, the Keys, East and West, Everglades, and national parks, we need to have something in this city, whether it's you or someone else, that can provide space to have those large gatherings of people that want to come, not only enjoy this city of Homestead, but to also stay in the city of Homestead and experience the Keys in our national parks. That was a big deal for me, the convention center. Okay? But more so, the guarantee of payment to the city of Homestead. It's not there right now. The number of residential units, originally in, I think, the November meeting, 2021, some are going to own units in this project. There was 100 units slated for home ownership. That's gone. But the number of units has increased. And I don't want to get into the aesthetics of the project, but what I saw here tonight is not iconic. It's average at best. There's no flair there. There's no true attraction there at this point. The art museum, okay. I love art too. You know, I don't know if that's a huge attraction this far south, but so be it. I think another council member mentioned, you know, what is the city's relationship? What do we actually proffer up to this deal? Why is it a partnership? What is our role? In my opinion, our role is simple. We're the landlord. We don't have to do anything else. We have a very valuable piece of property that sits there on US 1. It's kind of like, I kind of made this analogy to a few people. I mean, how many of you married the first person you ever dated? You did? Okay. Then, yeah, well, the divorce gets a little expensive too. So if we make a marriage here, and this is a marriage, this is a 99-year commitment to one organization. To get out of the marriage is going to be very expensive. I think the consultants brought it up, and I'm not a legal person, but I can imagine if something trips up 10 years down the line, none of us will be sitting here. And a future council and a future city and the future constituents will have to deal with what we left them. I'm all for developing the corner on US 1. But I don't know that this relationship can move any further. It's been a year. We haven't been able to come to any type of an agreement. As it stands now, it looks like it's going to be delayed even further. And we're going to have to sit here and go through this process again. I would recommend that at this point, we quit this process, eliminate this at this point, go to the RFP process. They're welcome to come back and do it again if they want to, but we need other ideas. This is a year that we've been sitting here and we don't have any resolution. We went from $1.6 million a year to $354,000 a year in rents. That's a huge number. We went from 300 plus units, 400 units to nearly 600 units. And the picture I see today, it really looks more like a development for residential property than it does for an iconic village or iconic piece of property. No offense to anybody, but we haven't been able to come up with a deal. And I think at this time, if we delay the process, it's not going to help either one of us. Those are my thoughts for now, and I'll reserve. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Vice Mayor, I think it just leaves you and I.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Milo, thank you for the presentation. I also want to thank the consultants. When I first got into office, this deal was already ongoing. And I've always had the mindset that when a city has an area of concern, which would be our downtown, maybe we ought to focus our emphasis on that area. For example, this rendering that you're showing here, if we add that type of, Class A development to Chrome Avenue, we would have solved, or we would have done our best to solve a problem in downtown. Now when we solve downtown, City Hall property was always going to maintain its value because there is no other land to build, and everybody wants to come and build down in Homestead. Nevertheless, we are here now, and we're having to deal with what is before us. So I had some questions, and I say that because a lot of us remember what happened with the Cleveland Indians deal. You can't always see what's going to happen in the future. None of us have a crystal ball, but our job is to try to hedge risk to the best of our ability. So none of us up here, this is my opinion, I don't think any of us want to do a deal that could potentially go south because I feel like we've got one chance to get this right. Now, when we have one chance to get it right, and we've got something of value, the risk has to be balanced. It can't flow more in one direction than the other. So if I'm doing a deal, a private deal, I'd have that conversation, which is what I guess we're doing now, right? Now, there were some questions I had regarding, how some of these numbers came about. For example, what is your process of bringing the $200,000 payment for phase one, and then $25,000 annual payment for phase two, and then $129,900 for phase three? I didn't quite understand how you derived, how those numbers came about. So can you help me understand that, Mr. Milo, please?
Sure. As we mentioned and proffered in our letter, the payment structure guarantee has to be considered after we pay our operating expenses and after we pay our mortgage. If it is in front, if it's an obligation that's in front of the mortgage payment, it decreases our ability to borrow. Real estate, house.
Right.
You have a client that's going to purchase a property. The bank's going to do two tests, right? They're going to test the mortgage payment, the PITI payment, and come up with a housing payment ratio. That's the front ratio. And then they're going to take all of the debts that that borrower has, join that with the proposed mortgage payment, and come up with a back ratio payment, right? So commercial lending is similar, but not identical. And why do I say similar? Because we have to hit a debt service coverage ratio. So if that payment becomes an operating expense, then it goes above our mortgage. And that has to be factored into that in phase one at 1.20 debt service coverage ratio. So that would lower our ability to borrow. So that's why we verbatim put the language of how we need to read. So yes, it says net, but it says guarantee. And what it means is it's you get paid first from our proceeds after I've paid my lender. And that's the verbiage, and that's how we came up with that structure.
So that's how you got the 25,000 in phase two.
Yeah, it's how we got to that. It's a function of every phase of net proceeds, net cash flow.
Okay. Now, help me understand also why you would not allow the city to participate in any excess proceeds from a refi or sale.
Yeah, it's excellent question. Revenue sharing agreements, I proffered to the city a 15% revenue sharing participation. It was in my proposal from day one. We were the only proposers to do that. And for the record, we were the only proposers from day one to propose a capitalized lease payment structure that satisfied the city's debt. Housing Trust Group copied our proposal after our first presentation. So, if you are participating in a percentage of net cash flow, then yes, let's just say that the net cash flow, let's make it simple. The net cash flow is $1 million, and you're going to get 15% of that, you would get $150,000. Next year, I make $1.1 million, you would get $165,000, and so on and so forth, depending on what the revenue is of that year. Years 5, 6, 7, 8, sometime in the future, I refinance. And let's say, I'm going to keep it simple, that I had a $50 million mortgage when I started. But down the line, I have higher revenue, and now I take out a $60 million mortgage. Yes, in theory, I cash out proceeds. What happens? That payment on that $60 million mortgage would be more than the payment on the $50 million mortgage. So now maybe I was making $1 million, and maybe that goes down to $800,000. So now your revenue was affected by the fact that I refinanced at a larger mortgage. So it's a reasonable request to say, hey, listen, we're doing a revenue sharing agreement. If you, as my partner, refinance and cash out, we need to participate in that. It's a reasonable request.
Right.
However, we've moved to a guaranteed payment structure. So irrespective of what I borrow and irrespective of sale, we have a long-term lease that's guaranteed with an annual escalator. So your income stream is not affected.
Understood. Understood. Now, another area of concern is typically when you do appraisals. Appraisal was performed, let's say, February of 2022. And usually the comparables that they use are historic in nature, right? So we know that the land value, based on the trend that it had at the time, it's probably still trending up. So I think the $9.1 million is low. And again, going off of what Councilman Roth says, we are here to make sure we do the best we can for the residents of Homestead. So that's another area that I see that needs to be addressed in terms of what the capitalized lease payment is at the onset. And again, I would have preferred it up front too, but you've just made the point as to why you cannot do that. So because of those reasons, I would have liked to have seen certain things done differently. I think having had all this time to go through this back and forth, had we originally or initially done an RFP, you know, whoever comes up with specifically the areas of concern, it would have been, you know, the winner of that RFP, then we would have went straight into building, but we're not, so we're kind of going a back and forth, and all of us I hear have a few concerns that I find it difficult to find ourselves all on one accord, in my opinion. And I don't like to do business that way. A council typically needs to have a specific vision as what they want. And again, my vision would have started with downtown. We would have taken care of downtown first. And then people would have been lined up to do the old City Hall site. So that's where I'm at the moment. I'm also in agreement with Councilman Roth. I think we've been at this for some time, but we can't seem to kind of check off all of the boxes to be on one united accord. Thank you.
Okay. Been a long 2.5 hours. Thank you all. One thing that just came to mind based on your comments, Vice Mayor, and something someone said earlier, it's almost like we're trying to build a project with 7 different architects. And the word compromise has been thrown out a lot tonight. And whether it be this proposer or somebody else, none of the 7 folks who sit up here are going to get everything they would personally like to have. A couple of you have spoken about an RFP, and I don't think you were on council when we first had the conversations, but I specifically remember a couple of my colleagues to the far right, when I called a visioning session to talk about what we wanted for this site, I remember the words, let's let the market tell us what is good for that site. So we put it out there, and the market came in with 3 very similar proposals. And as we've gone on, I think that the 7 of us have separately, for the most part, inputted our vision into this, this current proposal. But let me go back. I remember it was probably 22, 24 years ago, long before I ever held elective office. I remember sitting in the council chambers in a building on the very site we're talking about, where a great presentation was made by, and I don't even know if they're still in existence, Leftmark, to redevelop that site. And they were going to incorporate a new library, a new city hall, restaurants, retail, commercial, office, just the perfect project. You know, and that's what was in vogue in the late 90s. And I'm pretty certain, and you know what? Getting kind of foggy, and I don't know why that never went forward. I'm sure there was some political intrigue in the back room somewhere. But my point is that had we had the city mothers and fathers at that point opted for that project, we would probably have a city hall that's sitting in the middle of a mostly vacant, late 90s era, open air mall. So I say that to say this. There was a time in my life when I could not have imagined that there would be any residential component whatsoever on this site. Life is an evolution. Life is about change. But, and again, someone tonight used the word balance, talked about a balance of financial terms, a balance of risk and partnership, and it's the premier piece of property, it's on the corner, it needs to be some iconic project that becomes a destination and becomes a landmark. Once upon a time, the lake and the fountain out in the pond out there at City Hall, when the fountain worked, was the landmark when people came through town. So in that regard, and I'm kind of surprised that no one's really taken this head on, is other than, and I'll get to the financial, my concern has been about the number of units proposed in this September 16th proposal, as well as the height. Because I know that if we all came to an understanding here in this room as to why those number of units and that height was necessary, if we went forward with the construction, in my view, of that height and that density, no matter what it looked like, and Mr. Milo understands my concerns, and we've had conversations about my architectural concerns, and I believe we can address all of that. I'll get to that. That the people of this community would view this as simply a housing project, an excuse to build a housing project with a little bit of retail and commercial thrown in there. Perception is very important, and we've got to get the public on board that that's not what this is, and whatever final iteration it is, that it's not another excuse for a housing project. Now, I can reconcile that with acknowledging that this is a product, the product that's proposed is something unlike anything that exists in Homestead. Brand new market rate apartments. I don't know when the last apartment building was built, since 1994, 95, when some of the tax credit projects were built. Perhaps I think the old related had something to do with those. So, again, that balance, we have to recognize that that this is a new product, and there's risk inherent in that. And I also recognize that the number of units equates to payment that is potentially going to be made to us under a lease or an outright purchase, whatever it may be. So that and with the placement of some of the buildings, those are concerns of mine. And without getting ahead, I think we can reconcile that if we go forward. Someone alluded to I think the consultants alluded to it, that when you begin drafting a full-blown agreement, there are literally hundreds of issues that come up that we may not have thought of in the past. So while we've hit the high points here tonight, Mr. Milo has heard our concerns. Each of us have heard each other's concerns. And if we are going to go forward, both from a financial perspective and a product perspective, I don't know that we can really do that without authorizing the drafting of a full-blown lease agreement and development agreement where the site plans can be addressed, where the architecture can be addressed, where the number of units can be addressed, and where the financials can be addressed. We've got some bones here, but there's not enough bones and not enough meat on these bones to have the conversation that we are going to do this deal as proposed. I think that, for those of us, and I don't know, I'd kind of like to get a feel from the rest of you as to whether or not the height and the density is an issue if you were willing to go forward with this proposal, generally speaking, whether or not that would be an issue or the majority of you are fine with those heights and those densities. My personal preference is one of the 7 architects I guess there's 8. You've got the real architect and the 7 of us. As one of the 8 architects, that's not really what I would be interested in seeing. But, I don't think we can answer all of our questions and all of our concerns without authorizing the drafting of an agreement. Kind of think of this as a very preliminary first reading of an ordinance, that there's plenty of room to make those adjustments, and it may or may not live and die in the future. I have the concerns such as the extent, for lack of a better expression right now, the extension fee. Certainly making that annual payment of the $665,000 for up to 12 years, that does not meet our fiduciary duty to tie up this property for this long for a solid gold project. And I'm not going to sit here tonight and play let's make a deal, and I don't think any of us are prepared to do that. But those are the kind of issues that we need to telegraph together with the others that we've telegraphed tonight that need to be addressed in an agreement that will come to us for consideration. This project, even with some of the adjustments we've talked about, is nothing that I would have ever envisioned for this site. As time has gone on, and millennials don't want to mow the yard. They don't want to live in a house. They want to pay rent for a box of air to live in, and we don't have anything market rate in terms of apartments. And that reminds me, Mr. Milo, if you could, define for us the affordability component. And what I'm asking is, paint us an income picture of the parameters of who would be in those units, those certain number of units that would be designated as affordable.
So in order to get tax-exempt bond financing, there's 2 type of tests you have to pass at the IRS. Either 20% of your units have to be for residents of 50% of area median income, or 40% of your residents have to be at 60% of area median income. So we're doing the 80-20 split. So 20% of the units in phase 1, which is 376 units, would be at 50% of area median income. So that would be 37, what is that, 74, 75?
I think you said 77 units, but I guess what I'm asking about is the income picture. Are you saying that anyone making in excess of 50% of AMI would not be, that those in those units, the highest income would be only 50% of AMI?
Correct.
Okay, so it could be from 0 to AMI right now is what, like $68,000? Is it that high?
Yeah, so the AMI is annual AMI now is, those folks will be in the low 30s.
And that would be the maximum
For
income.
those units.
For those
Just
units.
for family size.
Mm-hmm. So, and I know the county's had some conversations, and some of the units that the county has are up to 100 or 100. That we're not
140%.
right.
Yeah.
We're not talking about those levels
No.
here. And I guess my question would be, and again, that goes to further discussions if this survives tonight to go to drafting, is that what would the numbers proposed look like that would eliminate that? You know, that maximum income level of $34,000 of 77 of those units is not a warm and fuzzy for the people of Homestead that see the projects up and down US 1. So that's something I would be interested in knowing about. My other issue is, and you know, we had this conversation, and I believe Mayor Shelley brought up the concerns when we first had the conversations about this competing with downtown. I view this as two entirely different products. Downtown's kind of the throwback, the more mom and pop, the smaller places, versus this being the more urban, the more modern. You know, I think downtown, I believe, would be just a different vibe. So, you know, I don't support the theory that we have to save downtown before we do anything on this property. We've been trying to save downtown for over 30 years, and City Hall site can't continue to sit vacant. And if this doesn't go forward, Mr. Manager, we're going to have to find money to fence and bulldoze that site. It cannot continue to sit there in that condition. I'm just saying, not accusing, not blaming, just saying that that's something we're going to have to do. So I guess, you know, the point of all that is I think there's something salvageable here. I think that Mr. Milo has heard loud and clear the concerns of the 7 of us, both in terms of aesthetics as well as financial. But I happen to believe the only way to reconcile that is by authorizing the going forward to the drafting of a full-blown agreement for further consideration. I'm fearful that, you know, and I think the proper way to deal with that in the future is to have a workshop and throw that back out there again. But without everything on the table, we're wasting workshop time in the future. But back to my earlier point, I would be interested to hear, you know, whether you're for or against the project for whatever reason, your thoughts on the proposed height and density. So I'll stop for now. Mr. Fletcher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So initially, when we had this conversation, you know, I was terribly against seeing an 8-story building on that corner. Then I took the opportunity to go up to Doral City Place, and literally it took my breath away. I was not expecting it to be that way. I thought it was going to be this, you know, giant concrete jungle that was overbearing, and it really wasn't. It actually felt kind of homey to me. And forgive me again, the aesthetics. You know, Albert and I have talked about this, you know, before. We can probably make some changes long term, but the density number, again, what we're trying to do also is improve ridership of our trolley system to get to our downtown areas, to let people utilize the busway. We had a downtown visioning session upstairs where we extended our downtown to that corner. You know, you said it, we failed for 30 years to really do the job down on Chrome Avenue like we should have. You know, Showbiz was a great start. Police station, a great start. City Hall here, you know, we spent $180 million roughly on 3 projects to try and redo our downtown and get people get down there. We have a new park opening downtown here shortly. But in that same time frame, the businesses in that area have dwindled to almost zero. So we have to start somewhere in order to get these people to support those businesses. So with that being said, ultimately, you know, the 600 unit number was not a big favorite of mine. However, you know, I understand there's a kind of a break-even point. I believe we should be able to work that out as a group and come to a consensus. So I'm not stuck on that number at all. It could go up, it could go down a little bit. I just think we need to move forward with something where we ultimately can get to, like you said, either a go or no-go deal at some point. We haven't gotten to that point yet, and I think we should be able to give the city manager that direction tonight, is to let's start that process. We still have the consultants on board. We can have more workshops, and we can do this until midnight, once a week if we'd like, you know. But I think it's very important. That property has been sitting there far too long. It is a liability with the lake on it. There's a lot of animal traffic there. We have homeless people living behind the library. Drive by there and take a look. They're in the trees. You know, we're not paying attention to what needs to be done in this city. And that area needs to be addressed sooner rather than later. And the longer we sit here and push the paper back and forth, we're not going to get where we need to get. None of us will be in the city of Homestead if anything ever happens to that facility. With that, thank you.
Councilman Fletcher. Councilman Roth?
Size and density. I did offer in a public meeting, or maybe I said it as a side note, to go 12 stories. Iconic. Rooftop. Dining. But, you know, and I don't want to talk about site design because at this point I'm not entirely thrilled with the financial components of this deal. And, you know, if density is needed in that area, it's near the transit area. We need population in the vicinity of downtown. You know, maybe the density is okay. The problems I have so far with all of this is the way everything has been so fluid and nothing's been concrete. The mayor's calling for an agreement. That should have been done already. The problem we have with putting an agreement together is nobody can come together and agree on anything. There hasn't been an agreement to put together. It's changed many times, sometimes verbally and sometimes in writing. I agree and I disagree with the comment that Mr. Milo made at the last meeting, that this has been an unorthodox way of negotiating. In some ways it has been. But that comes from both sides. My question is, from Mr. Milo, is why can't we just get a clear answer on what the city is going to receive as a rental payment? None of this, we got to wait 2-3 years. None of this, I'll give you 8.1 million. Oh, no, I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to give you 3.9. I'm going to give you 1. I'm going to give you 4 somewhere down the road. Why can't we agree on a number? Why can't it be traditional landlord-tenant? That's what this is, a relationship. Landlord-tenant. You want something we have, and that costs money. You're going to make a lot of money on this project. It doesn't matter if the 10-year yield is 4.06 or 3.02 or 1.89. Whatever that yield is, you got to work within those numbers to make things work. I think we need fresh ideas. I think we need to reboot. We've been through this process. We haven't gotten to an agreement. We up here can't even agree on what we want there yet. What size buildings we want, what density we want, how much retail space do we want there? It's unfair to continue this with Mr. Milo, the consultants, and our staff to go through this process when we can't even come up with what we want. I think it's time. It's been a year. We can't just settle for what somebody is offering us. And I'll make that argument one more time. This is our first go-round with Mr. Milo, with any developer that came to us with an idea. None of us married the first person we dated. We've been dating for a year now. We're looking at entering a 99-year relationship with someone. But the terms have to be right. It has to be right for our city. It has to be right for the future of the city. I don't think we can just settle. And I think we're beating our heads against the wall, believing that somebody's going to come back to us with a written agreement because they haven't been able to do that in a year. And I'll rehash it one more time. 11/21, $1.6 million was the offer to us. $8.9 million upfront money. Call it rent, call it whatever. We're no longer getting that. March, $1.1 million. Today, I don't even know what the number is. It's changed so many times. But it's somewhere in the $400,000 a year range. $354,000 from $1.6 million. How do you even come up with an agreement when you can't even agree on that? Forget about what color the building is going to be. We can't even agree on that. And I think if we take a break, we put this aside for a couple of months, maybe the mayor's right. We demolish the building, fence it off, and wait and see what happens next. You'd be surprised at values today. I can't say much more, but that property is probably worth $1.8 to $2.2 million an acre today. Far from that $9.1 million appraisal, right? Just because of a lot of things. I can't disclose everything. But I just think if we conclude this, end this tonight, start fresh, we have ideas now, but we can't agree on everything. Take a break, give staff a break, give Milo a break, give the consultants a break, and we come back to this next year with a different prospect and a clear, concise agenda that we all want, and not piecemeal this month after month. Milo calling all of us, trying, hey, get this done, do this, I'm going to do this for you, I'm going to do that for you. That's unorthodox. Put us in a room, and I told Milo, I said, let's get into a room. Let's scream and yell and holler like family at each other.
That's what we're doing right now. That's what this is for.
Kind of, sort of.
He's hearing that from us.
Right. But I just think we need a fresh start. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mayor.
Hey, I do have to respond to a couple of things because, you may not agree with me, but I'm not going to leave misleading statements dangling in the air. And question for you, and when I finish. You've ordered an appraisal and an update?
Yes, I have.
And we already have received an appraisal for a portion of that property that's come in at about $900,000 an acre for the dirt, correct?
Yes, for a 2-acre parcel.
Right. And understand there's premiums for smaller parcels and location and so forth. But I guess my point is that if we were all engaged in the process in good faith, that maybe we would all know that we had that appraisal and not just throw these wild numbers out there for the press and as red meat that this property is worth $1.6 million an acre. It doesn't equate to that. I know what they were asking for the property, the 16 acres across the street that mirrors this property, and it was nowhere near $1.6 million an acre. So let's just get out of that fantasy that this 16 acres is worth $25 million. Let's just set that aside. Now, let's just talk about density. The proposed density is 37 units per acre based on 16 acres. Mr. Corradino, on the record, in the minutes of the prior meeting we had, confirmed that 26 units per acre was transit supportive. And let's face it, this is going to be a transit-oriented development. 480 units equates to 30. And if we were going forward, I think that's fair. Now let's remember, the RTZ is now in effect. The RTZ is going to mandate that it be mixed use. It can't all be commercial. The RTZ mandates that there is a certain percentage of affordable or workforce housing, and it's going to mandate, into 2024, going to mandate a floor area ratio, which I'm sure we meet here. So, 12 stories I don't feel is compatible with Homestead. I think 480 is not shorting ourselves. So, I just wanted to touch on that issue about density and what the real world is on what's appropriate and can make things happen. Anyone to my left have any further thoughts, comments, questions?
Yep.
Vice Mayor.
To the consultants and to Mr. Milo, if we had all of these areas of concern addressed, I'd be all for it. I'm okay with density and height. But to the consultants, can you talk to us about net present value and what that means in terms of the projects that you have seen or that you have worked with in the past? And how does this one compare in relation to specifically net present value and what we have in front of us?
Well, the information that was provided, I think it's back in May or June, included financials from Related, and it showed cash flows and Related's estimates of various. It was 4 or 5 different phases, I believe then, but simply said the first phase, which was primarily residential with some retail, showed a very, very positive return. So very high net present value, or return. The retail phase, which was really in phase 2, showed a very low one, relatively low one. And that's not a surprise, right? We know that retail is not a big moneymaker, and that's our concern, as we raised earlier. The other phases, I think, made all the other ones made returns that were over what we think are the correct hurdle rates for this market. So there's a lot of value, we estimate, from phase 1 and probably phase 3 and 4. So we feel pretty confident that, really based on Related's numbers, that they'll be able to make a decent return, and that's good. That's how it should be, and that's why we brought up some of these issues that we believe are important, that the city wants to get the best deal, as others have said, and we believe advocating and working for the public agencies. What our advice is to provide you and to seek a deal that is as close to the market as we can find, and that reflects transactions in the marketplace and ones we've seen in Miami-Dade and elsewhere. And so our issues about stabilization and related issues are really based on what we've seen in Miami-Dade County, some of the very, very attractive deals that the county has been able to receive now. Coconut Grove, Douglas Road, you've probably heard of these. Not always directly comparable, but also, several hundred units of affordable and market rate housing, but primarily market rate housing. So the terms that we are discussing in our framework is to find the parameters that are close to those ones, given the fact that there's nothing, you can't compare apples to oranges always. But that's kind of our framework, and the same thing with the net present value as well.
So I'll also add one more thing, and I think you did a good job, Sasha, talking about the net present value of the phases and the projects. I want to talk a little bit just about the net present value of the capitalized lease, the 9.1. When we were engaged back in May, the capitalized lease payment was 8.1 up front for phase one, and then another 1 million almost up front once phase two got started. Today, now that 9.1 million is spread out over 3 phases. So beyond just the risk of those phases not being launched, because we're talking about net present value, as I mentioned, half of that, or roughly half of that, 4.5 million of that 9.1 is going to be started probably no earlier in their target date than 6 years from now. Again, our job here is effectively to point out the risks to the city. We're not here to argue with Albert's success. We're not here to talk about who built more square footage of real estate. It's really just to, identify sort of the risks for city council to help guide sort of a decision wherever that decision kind of lands. So that's it's just another thing to be aware of.
Can I respond?
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Milo.
So, if we're going to have comparisons, let's compare apples to apples. Consultant talked about Douglas Station, Coconut Grove Metro Station. We're developing right across from the Douglas Station. Major distinction. As of right zoning, 250 units an acre, 21-story product as of right, 12.5% requirement for workforce housing, no capitalized lease payments up front on those deals, strictly revenue sharing deals. So we proffered something like that to you. Conversely, your property, and part of the challenge is there is no zoning in place, so we are responding to the 7 requests and the feedback from the council. So to your point, when we develop on, and I gave the example to the councilwoman on Galler, it was Brickell. You know what we were going into, right? We that has a revenue sharing agreement, 12.5%. It's got $2,500 a unit in capitalized lease payment. This one has $25,000 per unit. So again, we're going to, as a private sector developer, we're looking for certainty, right? And that's when I use the word unorthodox. What I mean is that it evolves, and depending on the feedback, things have moved around. So when you have a set of challenges, the best way to do it is to try to meet in person as a group to kind of vet that out and internalize that and say, yeah, maybe I can agree to that. Maybe I can agree to your concern. Maybe I can't agree. Let me tell you why I can't agree to that. So as it relates to net present value, and let's talk about cap rates. Let's talk about values then. I mean, you're in the real estate industry, What happens to values when interest rates go up? Cap rates got to go up. Consultant's not talking about that. So you're not going to purchase a property and you have to borrow at a higher interest rate and still pay lower cap rates. That's not how real estate works. No investor would do that. You'd be bankrupt. Right. So if you have a 10-year T-bill, Councilman, that has turned 260 basis points, it is more than doubled since I was here in December. That is unprecedented. So yes, it affects the finances. So if construction costs are higher, but rents have to be at a certain AMI, right? And my interest rate more than doubled, how is it not going to affect my ability to put your, what payment I can pay to the city? It has to affect it. Because if not, it's like saying, hey, irrespective of costs, irrespective of interest rates, this is what you want. Why? I gave you a revenue sharing deal. But it was your question to me that exactly what you just posed today, right? When you talk to me, say, I just want to know what my payments are going to be. This tells you what your payments are going to be. This is not what the payments might be. This is what your payments will be. So I'm responding to your actual request of This is what it is. Run the table, 90 some odd years. This is what you get.
Mr. Milo, you say that we're going into some unprecedented times when you see the T-bill go to 4.06. So when those types of comments are made, because we can't see into the future, we're trying to make the best decision at the onset, at the beginning, so that the city reduces its risk to the residents. So when you see 7 areas of concern, if there were 2, then it's something that we could probably swallow. But they are getting paid for that specific reason. They are hired to make sure that we reduce as much risk as we can. And I think that's the way we ought to approach this, is reduce the risk so that the city will you can almost, you can't guarantee the future, but you can almost guarantee it by the risk that you're putting up front. Sure, go ahead.
Reducing risk is obviously a good concept, but with all due respects to your consultants, and they are hired to show you what the risk is. We've built. I know what it takes to build. I know what it takes to have a successful public-private partnership. Question was asked, have we ever signed a deal or lost a deal? No, never. We've always been able to come through with whatever we promised. Because of the changing market, I could have easily said, hey, you know what? Interest rates are higher, costs are higher, insurance higher. Thank you, city. I appreciate the effort. We got plenty of projects to work on, and we do. We're blessed.
May I?
We're blessed to have the ability to work on a lot of projects. But, someone asked me on this council, why are you, putting up, with this? Simple answer. We believe that we can build a legacy project on that corner. And we pursued the city. We think we had by far the best idea. We were the only ones that proffered paying off the city's debt, and we're the only ones that proffered to have a revenue sharing agreement. Everybody else was copying us. Let's be clear. So I've never been one to say, hey, look, it's too difficult, let's throw our hands up and no. So I'm not concerned, Councilman, that it's taking this long. I've got, deals that, this is a big deal, but we've got much bigger deals. I know they take a while. So we know that we can make an impact. We know that the city can make some real money. We know that we're going to be able to, put Homestead in a different light by building a project like this. And that's why we're persistent to continue to have these dialogues. So now we also have the expertise and financial capacity to captain the ship in stormy waters, which is what we're dealing with. I mean, again, I gave you guys the example, the property across next to the rodeo. That was supposed to be a big highfalutin development. Well, they're trying to sell it to us. And that's where Flanagan's was going to go. And Flanagan's went poof. Right? So
From that site, let's be clear. They
No,
went poof from that site.
But my point is, there were some big boys at the table, okay? And the big boys pulled the plug. Not pulling the plug. So, areas of concern, we've addressed them. You're going to get your part. I don't buy properties based on appraisals. I buy properties based on risk and return on my investment. So I shared with the manager, you guys are going to get a new appraisal. I said, hey, I can't tell you not to get a new appraisal. It's your property. That's not what my financial analysis. I can't tell you what to sell for. I can't tell you what your value is. But you can't tell me what to invest for and what my returns have to be there. So that's the give and take. So we know what we can deliver for Homestead, and we know, what we're proffering is going to be first and foremost successful. I'm not going to be the one to say, hey, all these great things and then you can't do it. No, But yeah, have we accommodated for that? Of course we have to accommodate. And of course interest rates have affected our cash flow. It affect any deal. And if you choose to do an RFP and you don't want to move forward, like Councilman Roth is correct, what are you going to put in the RFP? Are you going to ask for 600 units? Or are you going to ask for 400 units? Are you going to ask for 8 stories? Or are you going to ask for 12 stories? Are you going to ask for 70,000 square feet of commercial or 15,000 square feet of commercial? Are you going to ask for an office space or are you going to ask for a hotel? Are you going to ask for a convention center? What are you going to ask for? So how is that RFP going to be successful? You're asking the private sector to what? To have some kind of crystal ball? That's what we've been doing for a year. We've been taking that input and trying to respond to your input. You're right, you said 12 stories. I'd love to build 12 stories, but you know what? I don't think the whole consensus is there. I'm building 29 stories. I'll build 12 stories in the blink of an eye, but I'm trying to find consensus and balance. I'm trying to find balance.
Mayor?
Councilwoman?
Thank you. 3 things on the 80-20, the division of the market versus affordable. I think abuelitas and abuelitos need to live there too. I think grandparents and single moms that are in whatever income level that they're at that meets that requirement for affordability, they have the right to live in this type of community as well. So I know that came up, and early on in the original discussions, I was all for 100% market rate, but I don't think that that's necessary. And so I think that we should keep that the way that it is. If the majority wants to change it, okay. I'm not going to argue about it, but that's my current position because it did come up in conversation. I think that the height issue, I'm fine with going higher. I think the rooftop views would be beautiful. I'm fine with what's the height that's currently proposed. But I agree, and I've shared it with you, it lacks the iconic appeal that I've seen and that I want, but it could be the renderings. You know, we've talked about this. So as site plans come forward, we'll explore that more. With regards to the money, we wanted a simplified payment plan. We have a simplified payment plan. By doing so, we cut ourselves short. I asked, I've been waiting many moons now for a workshop. We're here now. I wanted to discuss with council what is the idea, any feedback on maybe a hybrid where we have this and then we still incorporate some form of revenue sharing. Has anybody discussed that option prior to today?
There was a hybrid discussion asked previously in the negotiations. And again, the devil's in the details. You know, hybrid based on what? Again, because there was a whole mental block with what net and gross meant. So if we went down the path of a hybrid, are we going to be back to, well, hybrid based on what? How do we do net? And if you deduct this, and if, you know, what, if that is the right operate? So, you know, it's like, okay, you want a simplified income stream. Here it is with an annualized growth factor.
So you have revenue sharing agreements with properties with the county.
Yes.
So why would those terms not be acceptable to us? Maybe this would be for staff and our attorney. Why would those mirrored types of revenue shared agreements not work for us?
Well, Councilwoman, oh, I'm sorry. Well, Councilwoman, that was the original proposal, right? It was a percentage of net. If I'm not mistaken, it was 15%. The issue was that we kept going back and forth with Related, saying, where would we fall on the waterfall, right? Once again, what staff, there's 2 things here, right? There is the site plan, the buildings, the number of units, whether we have a rooftop pool or a convention center. Staff and I see that as really a policy decision, right? Whether 12 stories, 8 stories, 3 stories. Now, from staff's perspective, our job is to ensure that you get what Mr. Milo and Related is promising you. right? Whether it's the monies or the site plan and the amenities that you asked for. And that's where staff has been coming. Have we ever told you you're going too high? Have we ever told you too many units? Have we ever told you the retail is too small? We don't get into that. We get into, okay, this is what council wants, so how do we ensure that we're gonna get our monies, right? And so the issue with the percentage of net is Mr. Milo and Related has expenses, right? He has his bank he has to pay, he has his operational costs he has to pay, he has his percentage that he has to take out. He needs to make money because that's why he's here, right? He's gonna make, and so our concern was we're at the bottom of the pecking order. And so we're looking for assurances that we're gonna get that money. We counter, hey, maybe we could do a percentage of gross, right? Not 15% of gross, we understand, but at least we're getting a confirmed amount of money out of the project. So a lot of that time was that going back and forth. Same thing with liquidated damages, and we could use whatever term we want to here, but to ensure that when phase one is completed, number one, that phase one is started, and number two, that phase one is completed. And that the next phase, whatever it may be, number of units, commercial, retail, is gonna get done, right? And what makes you get something done when you don't wanna do it, right? Unfortunately, if the market changes, it's not profitable to go ahead and do phase two at this time, then according to the proposal and what the consultants have pointed out, he can be paying us our capital lease payment. This is the $9.1 million basically we wanted for the property. Just pay that. Now, where is his incentive? Well, in the end, that's going to apply to the capital lease payment once he starts phase two. So many years from now, if it's beneficial, he can start phase two. But if not, he's still holding the property. So there's a lot of,
But Jerry,
Yes,
I
ma'am.
see that on this screen that's been here for 3 hours now, right? I see that, and I've heard that. My question was, why was the county's acceptable policy for revenue sharing not acceptable to us? Was that a response from Rebel? Was that our attorney? What was the problem with the revenue sharing? And if we want to have a fixed payment, why could a hybrid version not be accepted? Did they pull it off? Did Related pull it off the table? Or did we say, that's not gonna work, give us just a straight pay? Because this is the one and only workshop. We're able to talk about these numbers, and Related and Rebel just spoke last week. And I wanted to have this workshop with Rebel and staff so that we can understand what's being interpreted. And then we can have the workshop with Related so that we can say, what is your feedback and your response to these issues? And so now we're trying to do all a mashup for whatever reasons. But my question is, why was the revenue sharing pulled off the table?
there was a hybrid, and if I recall, that there was an impasse that we wanted to get a gross amount, and so that was spoken to, but I have a question. The county project, is that an affordable housing project?
No, it's not. It's a mixed income project.
Mixed income, okay.
65% of the units are market rate, 15% of the units are workforce at 140,
Okay.
and 20% are at 50%, just like this one.
And so depending on the deal structures, which, by the way, Rebel provided us an example of structures in the county where people were getting gross, right? Or were getting an equity stake when they were pulling out their equity. Those samples were provided to council months ago. So there's plenty of examples where what the city staff is asking for is not out of this world, okay? That's number one.
Sure, may I add to that?
Go
Yeah,
ahead, Sasha.
I'd just like to talk about that. The Douglas Road transaction that we mentioned earlier is a gross deal. The county gets a certain rent, And at a certain point in time, it also gets a percentage of the gross revenues with a deduct for the ground rent. Okay, so it is a gross deal. It's absolutely a gross deal. It's clear in the document that the money comes in the front door, and a certain percentage, 3%, goes to the county. And that's a competed deal that the county competed several years ago, and it's very successful. It also does not have stabilization in that.
That's with related? That's a related?
No, it's not a
account?
related deal. No, it's
Okay.
not related. It's another developer. It doesn't have stabilization. The county gets its payment regardless, maybe 6 months after completion. There's no issue of that, and that's where our mindset is. That is a great TOD deal. It's won awards. The county's very pleased with that, and that's kind of our orientation. We would like to have that kind of a transaction also in Homestead.
If I can pause you for a minute?
Can I respond a second?
And before you do, we decided to do business with this developer. And I had asked early on for us to look at this developer's track record, this developer's past agreements, this developer's past negotiations and payment structures with the county and whoever else we can see under public record, or whatever they would be willing to give us a copy of. And we're comparing him to other developers and other contracts. I don't think that's fair, but what I want to know is why was the revenue sharing pulled off the table? And if it was for the sole purpose of just wanting to come up with a simplified payment structure, can we look back at adding a hybrid? Because the same way rates go up, rates go down. And in a 100-year lease agreement, there's more revenue to capture here. And I don't like $354,000. We're worth more than that.
I have
So
no
please
issue going
respond
back
that.
to a revenue sharing agreement. And we've got those agreements with Miami-Dade County. I actually sent 2 agreements, the one with the city of Tampa. Again, 18 acres of an old public works yard, similar to this, just sitting there. And I sent you the latest one with Miami-Dade County. So I just gave you 2 different municipalities that have revenue sharing agreements. So we're not opposed to, we've never been opposed to that, to do a share of revenue. Now, the consultant is mentioning back to the Douglas station. It is a gross revenue agreement, but what he's failing to tell you is that there is no upfront payment for capitalized lease payment. I think it's like $500,000-$600,000. It's almost 800-900 units that they're building on the site. Why? Because it's part of the RTZ. It has a 12.5 workforce housing component at 140% of area median income. And he's right, that hybrid scenario, then if there's additional revenues, they deduct the first gross payment there. So we're not comparing apples to oranges, and I think that's Coconut Grove, 37th Avenue, US 1. We have the property across the street. We're getting ready to develop 750 units right there. It's right down the street from your school, Councilwoman. So I'm very familiar with the deal, very familiar with the area. That is an established full market rate area. This is a little different.
Okay, yes or no? Can you fix the concern with regarding to making this more of an iconic and attractive development? Yes or no?
So yeah, the answer is obviously yes.
Yes.
But again,
Okay.
iconic is in like they say, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Iconic would be in the eye of the beholder. I have no problems having subsequent workshops with this council, as many as it takes, to talk about design issues. But we're not going to go down that path if we don't have a business deal. We're here to talk about a business deal, and then it doesn't matter how many times we have to go 8 stories, 12 stories.
Okay.
We're fine with that.
Yes or no? Can you fix the meeting, convention space, and office space request? Can you accommodate
What's
that?
the question again?
Can you accommodate adding of the office space and the meeting space?
And I accommodate adding office space. That would be something we have to study in the site plan, where we would put that. Are we amenable to studying putting office? The answer is yes.
Okay, so right now you don't know if you can include it.
I can tell you that I have land, but I got to figure out where to put it and how to include that with the retail and how to park it, but I'm not opposed to analyzing that and putting some office space.
Okay, and are you able to beef up the dollar signs? Can you bring in more money in changing the pay structure?
And I
Where it's
bring
a
in-
hybrid, where we have a fixed payment and a little bit of revenue sharing. Can you bring us back something that gives us more in our pockets?
Again, that little bit extra that you're referring to has to be on a net basis, so there has to be an understanding of how you calculate that, not under the premise that somehow we're going to make net be zero, so therefore your extra is zero. So, yes, we've always been amenable to doing, not a hybrid, we've always been amenable to doing a full revenue participation deal.
Okay, I'll rest there, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Fairclough.
I just have 2 minutes, not much pontificating for me, just very bulleted, just so that you know where I am. As it relates to density, I am not in favor of going any higher at all. The density already pains me, but I recognize that you have to have that density in order to make the project work. But anything over that is a complete deal breaker for me. Aesthetics, I didn't even touch that piece yet because I figured we're not even there yet. But if we do get there, we have a lot of conversating to do because I'm not happy with what I see thus far. As it relates to the timeline, I figure it has taken a long time, but because I don't feel like we've been about this the right way, if we would have gone about this the right way, having those conversations, face-to-face, two-way conversations, I think the timeline would not have been as condensed, as long as it has been. Generally, I think all of our heart is in the right posture. Everybody up here has had some very valid concerns that maybe I didn't think of, but we all have our areas of expertise in how we filter things. So I don't want to dismiss anyone's comments. But I love you all dearly, but I don't think we're ever going to get on the same page. It's not going to happen. If we go about the RFP process again, it's just, we're not there. This body is just not there. And I'm being brutally honest and real with you. Yeah, we're not getting there. So I think not to settle, because I don't believe in settling, but we have something to work with. If there can be some deliverables, if we can get through some of these concerns that our consultant has raised, I think we should continue to move forward, because if we start it all over, it's never going to happen. And I did ask him that question. You've been courting us for so long, and we haven't been responding to you. Why are you still pursuing us? Why do you still want to, date us? He mentioned he's committed to the project.
We're hot.
Well, I didn't want to say that, but I agree. We're very attractive.
That's our new tagline. Homestead's hot, right?
Yeah. Well, that has a nice ring to it. But I just don't think we're going to get on the same page. So just wanted to mention that. I'll rest there.
Sure, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Regarding the extra height, I think Councilman Fletcher said it best. When you walk through City Place Doral, it still feels homey. When I first stepped foot in there, I saw that for that corner. It's not too tall that it doesn't lose the windows. It feels European. It feels like something that we could really make Homestead. There are some tweaks that need to be made to the design, but that piece for that land, I think, is what would be best for Homestead. And going back for an RFP, obviously there might be pros to that, but I think how far we've come in you listening to everything up here, I really don't want to let that go either. So not higher on the stories for me. The density, I think, is what is gonna make that thrive. Really being smart with tying in the trolley system to the downtown. Councilwoman Avila, you mentioned the hub. One of the long conversations we had there walking through City Place Doral was that big TV screen promoting different things that were happening. And I wanted to make sure that we could use that to really help bring awareness to everything that's happening in our city. The price going down as far as what we get and the units going up, obviously not great news. It would have been nice to see that if the units were going up, then so was what the city was getting back for it. But it is something that is going to take care of that huge eyesore. It is something that really fits well in that area, is going to help downtown, I truly believe. So I would love to see us go forward and make this a perfect project.
Thank you.
Thank you. Quick question. I appreciate that because, and I think some of the comment from Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers, clearly, and I think I made this point, maybe I didn't, an hour or more ago, that the prospect of getting deeper into this, a more full-blown agreement with workshops and ultimately a vote, with the understanding that nobody's going to get everything they want. But having said that, I want to ask Mr. Milo. I think, certainly you have Vice Mayor and some of the others have had concerns about the amount of payment, the certainty of payment, and the uncertainty of the future. When this first came to this table, at least one of our members threw out, we should never sell this. It should always be a lease. We should never let go. Well, in my view, a 99-year lease may as well be a letting go. So, in order to avoid risk, and I'll ask Mr. Milo and then council may want to weigh in, would it be an option to buy it at whatever your offers, whatever you believe today's value is, while we work together to establish agreed development parameters? What are the elements? What's it going to look like? The number of units? What will be there? All the normal things, site planning and elevations and everything that we have to do so that we're not into this. Did we sell ourselves short in the future? If we get what we believe is a fair price today, it may make a lot of these concerns go away. And remember, while I would advocate for doing so, there's not a mortgage on this property. We do not have to retire the debt in full or at all with any payment we receive from this. I think conceptually we've all been on board with that, but that's something that we can make as a policy decision later, independent of this discussion. So I just throw that out there as to whether, the original discussion was always in terms of a lease. And this seems to become very cumbersome and math that's certainly above my level. Maybe it's more of a certainty and less risk and second guessing if we do enter into a sale agreement with those built-in parameters. Is that something we could look at? Is that something you do? I don't know if your business model is to enter into leases or purchase.
There are some properties we just outright purchase. The devil's in the details again, because we're going to purchase, then we need to know what we're going to build. So, that would have to be ironed out, right? Because if you're going to build a duplex, you're going to pay something different than if you're going to build an eightplex, right? So we would have to think through that, I think
Let me jump in real quick. Clearly, I think you've got consensus for 8 stories at 597 units with a grocery store with X square feet of retail, X square feet of art gallery, and those other components. And the time frame that you do it is on you. And in my world, whether you do it or you sell it, someone else is bound to that same parameters, restrictions. Certainly there's more impetus on someone who pays everything up front to get something out of the ground versus making a capitalized rent payment and ongoing rent payments in the future. Now, obviously, we're not going to get nearly the same amount of money, but it takes the risk and uncertainty off of the table. Again, if you leave here tonight with a vote to go forward and bring back a draft agreement, that's something you can work with and bring back to us, or bring back the lease proposal.
So I'd hate to take the progress that we've made over the last, let's just say, week or 2 weeks and incorporate a whole nother path. Now, maybe in this document, which, by the way, in my opinion, and you can, your attorney hasn't spoken today all night, but in my opinion, we have a master development agreement that is probably 75, 80% of the way there. And he can speak for himself. But I'd almost hate to, to kind of divert that and say, hey, look, we got this path, and now we're going to throw this other, concept. Maybe, maybe there's an opportunity within the drafting of the document to have some type of, I guess, option provision, but not something that, hey, we're going to be able to iron out between now and, let's just say, the next council meeting, whatever, in a month. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to take now, some of these things that we've hashed out and go a different way. But maybe, and maybe there's a legal hybrid to do that. I don't know, but I think, yes, what would determine the value? Would the entitlements determine value, right? That's what's going to determine value.
Yeah, we've got a pretty good idea. I mean, we've got the basket of apples here as to what I believe there's a consensus here for the development. What it looks like, where it's placed, that's a whole different story that we'll deal with.
But that's a site plan
elsewhere.
process. You get a bite at that apple.
And I guess I would look at council and ask, is the option to buy it outright, subject to these restrictions, something that's off the table at this point from your perspective? Councilman Roth?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to have to say I agree with Mr. Milo that a different path to this is going to convolute a lot of things.
See, we find consensus eventually.
What's that?
We find consensus eventually.
Eventually. The whole premise of the lease aspect is to set up the annuity for the city so that we have a revenue stream for years and years and generations to come. If we sell it at market value, entitlement value, that's going to be far less than anything, even what he's offering tonight, which I think is so low it's not even a possibility in my book, that we would sell it for something less than that. It is what it is. Since we are in a workshop format, I would like to just throw this out to you, and I've said this to you before. And I'm not sure, I need to understand all of your financing requirements, okay? And I'm not against the aspect of the vision that you came up with through our guidance of what that property should look like. It needs help, there's no question. But it seems like our holdup is the dollar, right? The dollar, the money, right? How the city gets compensated. And I had originally mentioned to you this several months back, that if you agreed to give us the $8.1 million up front, okay, no other payments until year 6, 7, or 8, at $1 million guaranteed per year at a 3% increase year after year. To me, that would be an acceptable deal, all right? Far more than what you're offering, okay? Because I think in the long run, we're being extremely shortchanged. I don't know if a revenue sharing program will work. I would be a lot more confident in entering into agreement with that if public records could be obtained from the other municipalities that you have structured these deals with that show the influx of cash from each of these developments that you've done with them. Certainly those are public records that you could obtain or somebody could obtain to show us that these types of programs work. I would be much happier, though, with you settling that debt for us.
Listen, you're absolutely correct. You told me that in our discussions, but it has to be a deal that is, again, balanced and makes economic sense that I can finance. I mean, I hear you. I'm not disagreeing with what you're telling me. I'm just saying we can't structure it like that because that's not a deal that we're going to, be able to build for you. I mean, I'm not going to be the one to tell you, yeah, Councilman, yeah, that sounds good. Let's just do it. No, we're going to do something that's well thought out and that I know I can deliver for you. So I agree with you that you definitely shared that with me, and you were the one that shared with me like, hey, I just want to know. I'm a landlord. You're my tenant. I just want to know what my rent's going to be, right? And I think this is an attempt to do that, but that your scenario would actually be another scenario, right? That's not even here. That's different than even guaranteed with a partial revenue, share. This would be a third scenario, which is capitalized lease payment. Don't pay me for 6 years, then pick a number and start paying me for the balance. So the truth is, we can come up with all kind of scenarios. The problem is we have to finalize and set on one that makes sense for us to invest, these $230 million, and makes sense for you. And, my analogy of negotiations is always simple, right? And you're in real estate. The best deal is the deal that maybe you don't get exactly what you want, and I may not get exactly what you want, so in this case, you're the seller, I'm the buyer. I got to pay a little more than I wanted to there initially. You got to take a little less, but at the end of the day, we find that consensus. So I think that's what we've been trying to do, taking the different feedback that we're getting from you. Now, again, is there a bigger pot, a bigger potential pot at the end of the rainbow under the revenue sharing agreement? Probably yes. Is there additional risk in order to garner that pot at the end of the rainbow? Yes. In business, you get paid, as Councilwoman Avila earlier said, risk reward, risk reward. Take a little more risk, you can make a little more money. Yeah, you might get a little fire for it, but you can also make more money. So that's, again, trying to find that balance. So
sure, I understand.
I hear you.
I understand risk reward when it comes to my own money. This is not my money. This is the people that live in the city of Homestead that pay taxes to our city. It's their money. So although I may want to take a risk,
right,
with my own money, I have an obligation and a fiduciary obligation to be a good steward over what the city's taxpayers pay. So just to
answer that, you're correct. So because you talked about, hey, the revenue went down. You're right, but the revenue was based on that revenue sharing. So from a risk reward standpoint, this is a safer transaction. It's less money.
It's safer.
But it's safer.
But there was no guarantee that you were going to give us $1.6 million a year at stabilization. That could have been 30 years from now. So that's what your first offer was to us, $1.6 million a year.
No, our first offer was always revenue sharing. I'm talking about.
I understand.
Yeah.
But when you say revenue share,
yeah,
you threw the dollar amount out there at all of us.
Correct.
As $1.6 million.
Whatever
okay,
the proposal. Yeah.
To me, that's a guaranteed payment. That's not a question of where do we fall on the waterfall.
No, that's not a guaranteed payment.
Because-
Revenue share is revenue share.
I understand, but you made that comment, $1.6 million out the gate. That was your comment. 1.6 million out the gate.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean we're waiting 8 years to begin to collect any rents. You said 1.6 million out the gate. In 10 years, you'll be getting $3 million a year. Those were your words. I'm just saying. And then again, I'll refer back to your latest thing. Annual rent is payable out of the available
Yes.
net cash flow from the project. So how are you going to pay the rent if you don't have available cash flow?
Because there'll be a provision in the lease that says I'm obligated to pay you rent, and if I don't, I'm in default.
But that's what we're trying to avoid.
But
We
how
don't want
do
you
you-
to go into default. We don't want to
But-
enter
but-
a marriage
but-
knowing
but let me
we're
ask you
setting
something.
ourselves up to be divorced.
Yeah, but that's semantics. Let me ask you something a little different. If you write a lease and you say that your lease payment is $3,000 a month, not that it's payable from available anything, but I'm renting your property and I tell you that I'm going to pay you $3,000 a month. What happens if I fail to pay the $3,000?
We evict you. But we don't want to.
I understand you don't want to, but
And you're saying that that's not going to happen. That's never happened in your history.
that's correct. But I'm
So
trying
how
to,
do we protect ourselves from that
but-
happening?
But how else do you write it, Councilman? All I can tell you is, hey, my rent is $200,000, and I'm going to pay you $200,000. And if I don't pay you $200,000, then I'm in default. How else do you write a lease?
I mean, that point is taken, I get that, but I still think $200,000 is way below what this value is. So we need some assurances and protections up front. This is the first time I see that we're not even getting the 8.1 million, which settles that debt, which saves the city $600,000 a year in interest payments. So that's where I concede that you give us that 8.1 and you don't pay anything for several years, right? It could be 10 years, whatever.
That's a hybrid, yes.
You've done it.
Yeah.
So I don't know the timing of your financing and all those other things, and I don't want to debate that the rest of tonight. I think that if we give staff any direction at all, it's going to be put together the agreement that shows how the city is going to get paid without all this other stuff.
Well, again,
I don't need the other stuff.
Again, it's not without the other stuff, because the verbiage has to be there to make sure that that debt doesn't jump ahead of my mortgage payment. So, yes, you're going to get a lease that says you're going to get $200,000. But the language needs to be there so it's not calculated
But
ahead of
200,
my mortgage.
I'm sorry, I have to stop you because you keep seeing $200,000. That's far below what I'm willing to settle for.
well, that's-
so.
that's-
And right now, I think you and I are negotiating, right? We're talking, we're negotiating. We're talking about.
No, we're discussing. I'm not negotiating the
We're
figure
talking.
with you.
Okay, you can call it whatever you want to call it.
Yeah.
Conference center or convention center, negotiating or talking, however you want to call it. $200,000 a year is robbery for that property. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. All right. If there are no other questions from council at the moment, we do have at least one person that I know is here who would like to make a public comment. If you could get Mr. Kraft a microphone, we'll give Mr. Milo a break for a moment and let Mr. Kraft weigh in.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
If I could quickly.
Yeah. Let's hear from Councilman Fletcher real
Yeah,
quick.
give me 1 second, Mr. Kraft. So what I've basically heard up here over the last 2.5, 3 hours, 3.5, almost 4, okay. Everybody said the word compromise at least once, sitting up here. Everybody has said some type of compromise. Let's come to some type of agreement. An agreement is compromise, okay? You know, you want to play semantics with words, let's do it. I can have fun all night, but, you know, ultimately, I want to take a quick look. If you go on to some of the Facebook pages of or the Nextdoor apps or the Instagrams and look at what the people say about the city of Homestead. They're horrible to do business with, Homestead is not business friendly. How come anybody would do any business with the city of Homestead? That's on Facebook, Nextdoor, Instagram, every day. We spent 4.5 hours here of time, and we really haven't gotten anywhere. You know, we really haven't, other than to say that, hey, maybe let's take another look at this. I think it's very important that this gentleman standing in front of us has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars over the last year and a half to help show these pretty pictures and come up with these things. The city, we've used our staff, we've used our consultants, we've spent hundreds of thousands of dollars overall. To throw this out the window and start all over is an absolute farce, and I think we would all be run out of town. And I'd probably be the one pushing everybody out of town, because I think we've made some huge mistakes in not having this meeting earlier in time. I'm going to let Mr. Kraft talk, but after that point in time, I think we do need to make a motion to move forward, to have staff draft an agreement with the urban-related group, bring it back to us again, so we can have this discussion again.
In a workshop forum.
In a workshop forum. So I'll make that motion now. Yeah, with a time certain. What do y'all think?
Could I say something as a consultant just related to what you said about if council does decide they want to do a development agreement or to dive into this a bit more, what is also a standard practice to make sure that we are serious is to make that time bound, and also to have usually the private developer put up some kind of a deposit that, if successful, goes back to them. But if not, that's the price of doing business. But that's that's a practice we've seen elsewhere too.
I appreciate your comments, sir. A year and a half ago, we got 5 people that responded to this. One of them was, hey, I want to respond, but give me more time. And 3 of them dropped out, and we ended up with Mr. Milo here in Urban Related. I don't think I need a deposit from him. He's been very, very good at trying to deal with the city. I'm not speaking for the other 6. This is how I feel, okay? But I think let's work together as a team. Let's try and come up with a development agreement that works for everyone. Compromise has to be the key word. There's risk on both sides. If we want to make more money, unfortunately, we're not going to make everyone happy, because there's risk we're going to have to take. But if we want to take the guaranteed money, then we know what that number is. If we decide we want to sell the property, we know what that number is. But I think we have a little bit of time to work on it. It's almost 10 o'clock here. We've gone well past our nobody even asked for the extension. So
Everything we've done has been in balance since 8:30.
pretty much, but again, I would like to make the motion that we move forward with a development agreement. We're going to have some more discussion on this and bring it back to a workshop within the next month. That's my motion.
Do we have a second? All right. So let's take a pause with the motion and the second and go back to public comment. Mr. Kraft.
Thank you. I have been following this discussion for the longest, I think almost a year and some months. And like Fletcher said, we should have this here long time ago. But there's been some kind of unconsensus around U7. Everybody wants something different. And you cannot have that. You have to make a compromise. Just like Patricia and Fletcher are saying, you guys need to come to an agreement, some kind of consensus. We cannot have it all, but we can have some. When it comes to conventions and stuff like that, there's a reason to why any of the big hotels haven't done that. There's no market for it down here. If there was a market for it down here, Sheraton or Hilton would have been building a huge convention center. It's not down here. We don't have the people that want to use it down here. We have a lot of other stuff that we can be very happy about and proud about. And now we have Milo, investing time and money and precious workers, and we even have math from the law firm being paid high salary coming here, and we cannot come to any kind of consensus. It's almost like we are getting nowhere. We need to make a decision to move forward with this project we have now. Letter of consent. We move forward, we make it clear, and then we have the workshop where we discuss the details. But overall, we move forward. So everybody know where they are. City know where they are. Milo know where he is, and we can move forward, come to some kind of nice structure up there that can be beneficial for the southwest corner of Homestead that you all want to enrich so terrible much, right? Therefore, do something about it. Say aye today when Mayor asks you for your consent for the project. The project is great. Almost $40 million invested in Homestead. Nobody has done that. Not even in recent time, nobody. And he's the last man standing out of about 6 people we tried to tangle with when it all started. And no reason for any deposit from him. He's worth value in money. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Kraft. Okay, Ms. Sorrentino, we'll need you to come up here, and then, I understand someone's online? Okay. We're going to have Ms. Sorrentino first, and then the person who's online.
Hi, Susan Sorrentino, 2610 Northeast 3rd. I am just so proud of all 7 of you, bringing forth things that I never thought about. And I don't have the financial mind to figure this all out, but you together will do it, and I feel so proud right now. There's an elephant over there in the corner. None of you have looked at it. That elephant is a grocery store on the corner of Campbell and US 1. There are 2 other grocery stores within a mile. This is our show place. Do we want a grocery store with parking garage on that corner? I say no. I don't know. No one has spoken about it. Yes, of course the grocers want to be on that corner, but we don't want them there. We dictate what goes on that corner. Originally, it was a hotel with a convention center, office space. There was originally live workspace for local artists. Yeah, this new, what's it called, El Espacio. Sounds wonderful. Oh my God, I'm foaming at the mouth. I never thought Homestead would have a museum. But let's just set that aside for a second. Yeah, that space, which is a little smaller than this, could be divided up. I used to go to the convention center on Miami Beach my whole life. I was born there. They cut it up, and it becomes many different things, depends on the week. Sure, our museum that we're going to have here, possibly, could be cut up into convention center, meeting space, office space, whatever. You know, they bring in the chairs and it's whatever. It's an auto club. It's whatever it is. So that doesn't concern me. What concerns me is, what do you want to see when you drive by Campbell and US 1? I don't want to see that elephant. I don't care what name's on it. It could be a big fancy grocery store. We have plenty of grocery stores. On a personal level, I've been downsizing for a year to fit into a work-live space. I'm almost there. I figure I could be there in 2 years when it's ready, except it's not on the plan anymore. It's okay. I'll get a cottage behind an avocado grove, and I'll never see you guys again. But I have 50 years of being an artist, and I want to share that with the community. Ta-da!
Perfect timing. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may,
All right.
if I may,
Mr. Councilman Roth?
Yeah, just to follow up with her foresight of the elephant on US 1. as they were talking about the square footage of the grocery store, I looked up the square footages of the grocery stores around us. And I think they offered a 19,000 square foot grocery store. So to get an idea of what that would mean, the Albertsons, or not the Albertsons, the Albertsons a long time ago, the Sedano's across the street is 63,000 square feet, okay? The Walmart neighborhood grocery store is 45,000 square feet. So a 19,000 square foot grocery store, I don't know who's going to go into that space, but just some food for thought. She brought up the elephant on US 1, and I was kind of thinking the same thing. We're not talking site plan right now, but to put that right there on the corner at the light didn't make a whole lot of sense to me either. But the square footage is also another concern. So anyway, thank you. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Who do we have up next?
Hi, Steve Shiver. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Mr. Shiver. Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I've been watching this meeting since 6 o'clock or so, and I'm very impressed with the diversity of questions and experience you have as mayor and council. I'm glad to finally see you at the table talking about terms, which should have happened quite a long time ago. A couple things real quickly. The speaker before us, and I think Mr. Roth just said about the grocery store, not the right spot for another grocery store in the city of Homestead. You've got plenty. You've got Publix in several locations. You've got a Walmart neighborhood center. You've got quite a few things that will handle that. My concern is another, and the city has had experiences in getting rid of traditionally private sector responsibilities, i.e. the Homestead City Hospital, the racetrack. We're now paying $1 million a year in lease payments. And I'm glad to see that this will eventually pay payments in 2067 at the same amount the racetrack's paying currently. And, you know, the related group, Mr. Perez and Milo, they're great people, no question about it, and have done spectacular developments. But the financial structure of this deal is ridiculous. They're shifting the majority of the risk to you in a market where you have significant play in commercial development right now. You have rooftops by the thousands, and commercial development will follow that rooftop. The demographics here, though, are not the same as Doral City Place and the surrounding area there. So to compare that is a challenge at best. Mr. Page has pointed out several revenue sharing opportunities, and then I hear Mr. Roth saying that there have been proffered several lease payments throughout the negotiation of this discussion. And again, you don't want to put yourself in the position, in my opinion, and I was there just after the deal was made with the racetrack. I was elected in '93, and that deal was already cut. I tell you, it was a mistake. They paid $2.165 million a year until we paid off the bond, and then dropped it to $1 million payment, leaving the city paying for quite a few other things that we didn't expect, including real estate taxes, by the way. But nonetheless, I'm not knocking the developer. I am not knocking their ability. I'm not knocking their ability to finance, but they should buy it outright. The Strano Packing House on Palm Drive and Chrome Avenue just sold to Mr. Carricart and a group for $12.5 million. They're building a city place of sort as well. The property on the old Mutineer site is at $20 million, $21 million. That's 17 acres on this traversed intersection in probably South Dade County. And then you have the Fraga property south of the rodeo arena that has $13 million and by far less. So just don't put the risk on the city taxpayers anymore. This company's big enough and has the wherewithal to truly buy it outright. Mr. Roth, get another appraisal. Mr. Mayor, I would urge you to do that before you negotiate another lease. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shiver, Mayor Shiver. Appreciate it. All right, is there anyone further online or in the room wishing to speak? We have a motion and a second. Just to clarify, Councilman Fletcher, you made the motion, and this is to direct staff to go forward.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I'd like a little clarity on the motion. Okay.
To draft, it would be two documents, right? A development agreement and a lease agreement, or is it, consolidated document.
There's actually a third that goes along with it that gives them site control to do some preliminary work, and indemnifies the city and insures the city while they do that. But we've discussed a number of points. There have been a number of issues raised tonight. Councilman Avila raised a hybrid. We've been a little bit all over the board. And in terms of if the direction is to bring back an agreement, is it based on just the letter, or is it based on the discussion that you've had tonight? Because I haven't heard a consensus on all of those points, and I want to be clear on what it is that you're asking for.
No, I understand, and I appreciate the clarification. So yes, it was based on the discussion that we have had here tonight. So there would be a hybrid type. A potential hybrid type. The other one,
hybrid
a
revenue
straight, the one that was proffered as we see it. Another one, as you stated before, was that the third one? And then one is for a pure purchase buyout price. I think they need to be looked at all four.
But I think, the proposed developer has heard of all of our concerns.
Correct.
And he's going to go back and decide, and what's best for him, I get, is not what's best for us. But the draft that comes back to us has to be, somebody used the word earlier, a mashup of our concerns and his concerns,
Sure.
and we go from there. Is that a fair assessment?
That's a very fair assessment. So
I
think we look at
think
the
an outright
original
purchase
agreement.
is dead on arrival at council.
Okay.
That's what I'm sensing. That an outright purchase option seems to be dead on arrival among the majority of council.
Well, if an appraised price of $50 million came back and he decided he wanted to buy it, I think we would have to entertain it at that point in time, but here nor there. So I would say base the draft on what we received tonight. A second one on what we discussed tonight is a hybrid type scenario.
So a hybrid revenue sharing model.
That's correct.
With basically a base rent with a waterfall provision.
That's correct.
Would that include the entire debt retirement up front?
I don't know.
Yes.
Debt retirement up front?
So debt retirement up front is not part of our proposal. So,
Under any future cash flow?
well, debt retirement up front, again, goes to revenue sharing. So let's be clear. I have no problem analyzing if there's a possibility to include a kicker, an additional kicker above the guaranteed rent payment.
That's what we want you to analyze as part of that discussion.
Correct.
I'm fine with that, but that's the analytical part that we're going to get back to you on.
Yes.
But that's a provision within an MDA, that kicker language.
Yes.
Okay, so you'd like us to explore the hybrid revenue sharing model. Mr. Milo appears amenable to at least looking at what those numbers would look like. I think, in fairness to Mr. Milo, he couldn't answer that question now. He's going to have to do some analysis.
Absolutely.
Okay. So, but structurally, that's what you would be interested in seeing coming back.
That's
This
correct.
sort of a base model for security and a shared risk on upside.
Yes. sir.
Okay. There was discussion back and forth on future revenue sharing for a refinance or sale transaction. If we shift to a hybrid model, we had that previously. It went away with the guarantee. Some other revenue sharing split, not necessarily equal to what was previously done if you had a guaranteed minimum, but a theoretical share in future appreciation.
That would travel to the next owner.
Right. But that'll be covered in the kicker provision.
Yeah,
That's right.
So if it was just the annual renter, it was the total revenue share. Were we okay with the milestone payments as provided as an extension, basically paying the debt service as a way to sort of guarantee the structure of the
If the debt's
schedule?
paid off up front, that's not an issue.
Well, well, I think Mr. Milo just indicated the debt's paid off up front only in a strict revenue sharing model. So if we go hybrid, then that's not on the table, if I heard Mr. Milo correctly.
That's correct.
Okay.
And I think our discussion earlier was come back with a proposal. Clearly, the remaining life of the debt is way too far out into the future. Make us an offer.
So something more
As
condensed.
an alternate, yes. It's
So-
more short-term situation.
So another hybrid on
Yes.
the, okay.
Okay.
We just want you to spend some quality time with our attorney.
Oh, no,
Mr.
I
Milo.
think that's good. We're gonna rename the document a hybrid master development agreement.
We're going to spend a lot of quality time upstairs.
Absolutely.
Going through the various iterations of that. Do you have what you need, Mr. Pearl?
Just one more question, and then I think we have enough direction to at least move forward, because it was one of the outstanding points that was floated around, which was on the stabilization piece and backstop date to the commencement of any rent. Concepts had been explored previously. Are you okay? I know Mr. Milo gave a very detailed and eloquent explanation as to why he needed it to operate a certain way. Where are you on the commencement of rent being tied solely to the stabilization versus a backstop date? What is it that you're?
I'm fine with the stabilization time period that's been provided.
Okay. Is that the consensus?
I think it's a consensus now, but, when they bring it back.
Okay. I want you to bring back to you what you're expecting. So I'm trying to get clarity on a few of these points.
Again, that's an example of the issues arising when you have a full-blown draft agreement in front of you.
And
There's gonna
there will be,
other-
again, the devil's in the details when we get to drafting, but at least our jumping off point. So from a jumping off point, the stabilization being the trigger for commencement is something that you can live with for now. Okay. Just want to make sure I understood.
Does everyone understand the motion, and does the person who seconded the motion accept that?
It's not, okay, there we go. I hope this is a quick answer. So I understand the stabilization, I think, pretty well. What happens between phase 1 and 2 going into 3? The stabilization of 3 has nothing to do with anything, basically. So my only concern then would be, can we set a time, say 10 years even, that if phase 3 does not happen, that we get that land back and we can do something on that corner?
Yeah, so I think that's that hybrid scenario of shorten the time frame. So yes.
Perfect. I understand all of that. I just wanted to make sure that for whatever reason, if we wanted to make sure that happened, then all right. I second. Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, if it may,
Yes,
just
Councilman Roth.
real quick, can we put a time frame on this?
You need to bring the draft back?
Yeah, like
Ms.
next
Pearl,
month.
what's a reasonable amount of time in light of the pending eating holidays?
I'd like to say we could probably get something. We'll look at the calendar for December. But as Mr. Milo indicated, a lot of the body, aside from these deal points, was previously prepared, and these specifics on rent distribution and security. Those were the things that were hangups. But a lot of the underlying body, I think, that groundwork has been laid already. So I'd like to think sometime in December, I'll work with staff and Mr. Milo and see if we can't.
Maybe potentially a workshop on Wednesday, December 7th. The following week is a council week.
This is just it's a tough time of year. We can aim. We can do our best.
We'll shoot.
We'll see what we
for
can.
that. Yeah. Because beyond that, then we're into next year already. Seventh. Okay. That'll be our target, and that's just an arbitrary Wednesday. It has to be the 8th, whatever it is.
In that week, we'll aim for.
The 7th.
Mr. Milo, do you have anything
7th
further
doesn't
before
work.
we take a vote?
I do not, but the 7th is not a good day for me.
Okay.
So if the 8th is fine. Okay, so
Okay,
not
so the 8th or the 9th.
8th or the 6th are
We'll-
fine. The 7th is not a good day. for me.
Okay,
I'm gonna
okay.
Get
We'll-
myself in trouble if I agree to that date and be at this council
Must be anniversary.
with my wife, so.
It's not a good day to get married, is it?
We'll figure out a day that works
Okay,
for
let's
everyone's
be
schedule.
clear. This motion is really just to continue to the next level of documentation and discussion. It is not a final determination for this site. So,
May I add one more thing? Because I did
Okay.
mention it earlier. Can we, Mr. Mile, can you provide us with some of these other documents and other deals that you've done with public records stating payments based on the structure that we're talking about tonight as far as the revenue sharing and those things? So that brings more confidence to us to make a deal based on that instead of a set payment.
So I've already provided that to you. I'm not
I don't
sure
know
if,
about
I'm
public
not sure
records
if
that show
staff give it to you, but I'll send it again.
Not one that was done last month or last year. I mean, I want some history that shows the performers that the monies were received by these municipalities based on the agreements that you put in place with them. I think it would bring a lot of confidence to this dais and help us make a decision based on that. Because I think our only hang-up is how we get paid, right? I think that's the hang-up. You're going back to negotiate that now. So I think if we have that information, it will be very helpful for us.
Yeah, I'm not sure what information exactly you want, but I can gladly get you, if you want a reference letter from Miami-Dade County of the projects that are completed that I mentioned and the fact that they've
Well,
made.
certainly you will have a check that you wrote to the county
Right.
that's specific to agreements that you made with them.
I've written many checks to the county,
I'm
but
sure
are
you
you
have.
asking me, to bring to this body all the checks that I've
Not
written
every
to the
single
county?
check. Just bring us a few. We can talk about this in private so that we can do this another time. But I just want some confidence that the deal that we're doing for the city and the citizens that live in this city is a good deal. That's all I'm asking for. Okay? The rest of the stuff, these people will work out with you as far as design, color, detail. To me, it's what we have to do is protect the city for the future, and this is an annuity that I think is going to be very important in a security blanket for many, many years to come for the city. So that's my only concern is how do we get paid? What are the guarantees? What have you done in the past? I mean, you can come up here and say all these great, wonderful things. I get that. And letters of reference are always helpful, but show me the money. That's, the famous line, show me the money.
Mayor,
Yes.
but Mayor, I have requested the same thing months ago. I asked for staff to vet this potential partner. If they have done the work already in the past, and we're not reinventing the wheel, we are duplicating City Place, okay? I know that City Place Doral was it a public-private partnership? Milo? No?
Private site.
Okay, but there are other projects that he has done or that Related has done with the county. Why don't we have the data?
Councilwoman,
yeah, it's apples
But
to oranges.
it's about just verifying that if they agreed to revenue sharing, did they actually get revenue? Did they get paid? Was it what they initially thought it was? I mean, how hard is it to get that information a year later? I don't know.
Mr. Mayor, just quick.
Councilwoman,
I'm sorry, Mr.
to your
Manager,
point,
quickly.
I'm sorry, go ahead,
We're getting
Councilman.
ready to lose a member of our body. I'd like us to, let's please call the question.
All right, so roll call, Madam Clerk.
Councilwoman Fairclough Staggers. Councilman Fletcher.
Yes.
Councilman Roth.
No.
Councilwoman Bailey. Councilwoman Avila. Vice Mayor Guzman.
No.
Mayor Losner.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Thank you.
So Councilwoman, to answer your question, the city did do that research. We had asked Related to provide us that information. They did not. All right. And so we found the closest one was the Tampa Bay Rome project, which was similar to the structure of the offer that was made to Related to the city. But that's basically a new agreement that was penciled this February. So so literally they just signed the agreement. So the building's not built, there's no revenues to check to see if we were getting the payments. The other deal, I believe you supplied after the fact.
West Brickell that closed in September.
But I believe that's a different deal structure than what you were offering. for the city.
12.5% revenue sharing and capitalized lease payment.
So,
Very similar.
So just get on the same page, please, because it's
Yeah, that's
either
fine.
public record or it's not.
We'll give you the information. We'll get some type of spreadsheet or something, maybe that we can put a few and shows the revenue streams and get someone at the county, the housing director, to certify that that they've received X dollars. Yeah, not a problem. Thank you.
Thanks for using Web.